Going back briefly to the zoning and development code, as I said, certain districts, and this is an important concept to understand here as to why the applicant is before us today. As I said, with the conversion of Chapter 80 to Chapter 88, certain of these districts were simply relabeled. However, in other situations, specifically as I noted, this table that was implemented in 2011, where we specifically stated which building types could be permitted in various zoning districts, that served to cause nonconformities. And that means that certain development plans that had been approved through the previous years throughout the city possibly could not be carried through because of this situation. This before us today was one very specific example where that plan that was approved proposed attached townhomes, but under this use table could not be implemented. I should note that the R6, which is the zoning district to which GP5 converted, allows 7.26 units per acre. This proposal is under that 7.26 units per acre, so it does comply in terms of density, but the rezoning is necessary only to permit the attached building types. The issue is that even though staff at the time, and as well as the steering committee and council and everyone involved realized, we brought it to their attention that nonconformities would be created. It would not have been possible without going through every single development plan that was approved to determine exactly where those nonconformities existed. So over the years, we haven't had too many, but we've had a few that have come before us, and we've had to rezone or adjust a plan or something to that effect to permit what was allowed. You, Chairman Crowell, will also remember that we also implemented a provision that stated after a certain number of years, previously approved plans would have to be reapproved. So to some extent, that is the case here. But it's the zoning that stands and to which staff is committed to allowing the development to go through with the zoning as was approved in established in 2007. So again, this is the plan that is proposed today, showing the quadruplexes along the east and south property lines, the attached townhomes. The applicant meets the parkland dedication requirement through private open space tracts of 3.4 acres. There is a proposed amenity area located here. We have asked for specific information as to how that will be used, such as playground equipment or trails or fitness center. That is required as in order for us to accept that as private open space. There is also are 2 tracts to be proposed for pool cabanas, and these locations as shown. There is also a significant amount of other private open space shown in conjunction with the stormwater detention tracts that are provided throughout the site. Although we don't count those toward meeting the parkland requirement unless the applicant chooses to construct a trail or some other amenity, which they have not in this case. I should note that these areas do provide some open space buffer to adjacent properties and some area for residents to use. There's a slight area within which the stream buffer enters this property, as shown here. As you can see, this existing tree line and stream. This is primarily the reason for this area being preserved and shown then as a detention area, which is intuitive. Staff has requested that there be improved pedestrian connectivity to this, specifically to this private open space tract from these adjacent streets. There's really only one connection shown, and that is, or 2, through this parking lot, and then a pedestrian connection at this location. We've also asked that pedestrian connectivity be provided along this tract, which provides emergency access to Northwest Berry Road. There should be at least a sidewalk constructed at this point. given the fact that the school is located to the southwest. The landscaping is shown as you can see on this aerial. There is an existing tree line which is fairly substantial. There's also an existing tree line along Missouri Highway 152. The applicant has submitted a landscape plan which proposes a 30-foot wide buffer within which will remain undisturbed and will preserve the existing tree line. Obviously, there will be some trees that will have to be removed because they're either probably dead or diseased or not in safe condition. The plan proposes that that tree line will be supplemented with evergreen deciduous trees. Plan also proposes planting of street trees along all streets throughout the development, as well as certain trees at the locations of these parking lots. I should mention in regard to parking is met in excess of that required for 354 units. The code requires 1 space per unit. However, a total of 1,341 parking spaces are provided. The applicant is including garage parking in this calculation, which normally we don't see. So that increases that amount somewhat. So 566 of those are within garages. However, the remaining 775 spaces are provided within driveways of these townhome units and quadruplexes. There are also parking lots shown throughout this development. As you can see, these lighter gray locations, these pods, there are 6 parking lots shown. That is intended to provide parking for guests, visitors, overflow parking for residents living here. Of course, staff always is concerned about providing excessive impermeable surface to provide for parking lots. Staff would encourage this applicant to perhaps phase these in as they're needed. We, as the city does not want to increase runoff, stormwater runoff, which is caused by impermeable surface. And also these parking lots over the years tend to become somewhat unsightly as they age, deteriorate, and they are expensive for the property owner to maintain. However, given the fact that the plan does show these, we've asked for the landscaping plan to be revised to provide solid evergreen shrubbery around the perimeters of all of these lots to buffer headlights and uses from adjacent residential units. The plan, as I said, provides 354 units divided into the what the developer calls the ranch quadruplex structures, the townhomes and the duplex, the clubhouse, 2 private pools, the amenity area meet the parkland requirement, as well as the other 3.2 acres of additional private open space. Stormwater detention tracts meet the retention and BMP requirements as shown, and parking does meet the requirement. Just to summarize comparison of the previous and current plans, the 2007 approved plan proposed 418 units at a density of, this should be corrected to 6.9 units per acre, and 104 structures. And the current plan is 354 units, density of 5.9 units per acre within 89 structures. The applicant has submitted prototypical elevations, which have been revised a couple of times as requested by staff, Development Management Division, as well as long range planning, have reviewed these. This is a prototype of the ranch style homes. There are several prototypes shown. The applicant has also provided various materials and colors that will be used so that the development is has some variety and not homogeneous. And these are some of the elevations shown. This is specifically a side elevation that will be visible from Wildwood West homeowners adjacent to the east. As you can see, there are varying building materials, windows, roof line. And I will flip through these. These are, again, the ranch homes. These are elevations for the attached 4-unit townhome buildings, the rear, the right elevation, and then the front elevations. Staff was specifically concerned about the garage doors, and so that they don't appear to be obtrusive and dominant on the street facade. And there's the elevations. So that concludes my presentation. I should note that we have received a petition signed by, I believe, 843 persons. And there are persons here who will discuss that petition. I have it on a Word or Adobe. Due to the size of that petition, I was not able to paste it into my PowerPoint, but I can open that up and provide that perhaps during their testimony. So with that, staff recommends approval of the request to rezone without conditions, which is case CD CPC 2020-00156, and staff recommends approval of the development plan with conditions as noted within the staff report, and that is case CD CPC 2020-00155, and that concludes my report.
Hey, Patty, can you remind me again how many people were on the petition?
I believe from what I read yesterday, there are roughly 843. This was a change.org petition. So
okay.
Understandably, many of they come from across the country. The ones who are in Kansas City simply state Kansas City, there are no addresses, so it's not possible to determine the proximity to this development, whether they're within adjacent developments or not.
Okay. Now my second question is, can you remind me, so the temporary access road, how wide is that right of way there where that temporary road is going to be? Is that going to be like just an asphalt street, or is that?
It's going to have to be paved. It's intended for fire emergency purposes. So let me see here.
So it won't be able to be used as a secondary entrance into the subdivision. It's only emergency?
That is correct at this time. As you can see, there's no paved area directly to that. Mm-hmm. However, we have asked for a pedestrian connection at least, but the fire marshal's office requires that it be of sufficient construction to hold emergency vehicles such as, ladder trucks, fire trucks. So it doesn't necessarily have to be paved, but it has to have that structure subsurface. It appears to be about 26 feet in width. The constraint here is that there is a agricultural structure that is owned by another party that will remain here at this location.
Okay.
Also, I should mention too that in regard, because I know this will come up, the location of North Elgin intersection with Berry Road is not optimum because of site distance. However, back in 2007, the traffic study as well as the current traffic study noted that and worked with our Public Works Streets and Traffic group and determined that there really is not a better location. There's not an optimum location along this frontage for an intersection with Northwest Berry Road because of site distance. So the applicant went to the Streets and Cities Transportation and Development Committee in November and discussed this. They had the same conclusion. There was a proposal made to reduce the speed limit on Berry Road. So that is what was agreed upon, reducing the speed limit from the current 45 miles per hour, extending from North Conant, which is to to the east, I believe it's off this map, to a point west of the subject site. Here we go. This is North Point, I believe. So in this stretch, the speed limit will be reduced from 45 to 40 miles per hour. The applicant has agreed to incur the costs of manufacturing those signs as well as placing those signs on the property. There has also been quite a bit of discussion, and even not necessarily related to the increase that this development will provide in terms of trips per day, but just existing conditions with the intersection of North Amity and Northwest Berry Road. It's a very wide intersection. There are stop signs, northbound, southbound, at off North Amity. No signals are proposed. There, Public Works, Streets and Traffic states there is no funding for signals. The council persons in this district are very aware of the situation. And so discussion is ongoing in regard to traffic studies and maybe teacher signalization at this intersection.
Okay. Can you remind everybody that's here who is on the TD&C committee? Since it went before that?
Yes, Transportation Development Committee is primarily composed of Public Works staff. But there are also representatives, I believe, voting members from City Planning and Development. And I'm not sure, perhaps Joe has more information. I don't attend unless I have a case, but it's not an extremely formal group. It's kind of a vetting of cases. Not every case goes to that group.
Yeah, but I think it does include the Public Works Director as well as the city engineer as part of the team.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
yes,
right.
yes. Director of Public Works, City Engineer, Director of City Planning and Development,
Okay.
and all their designated staff.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from the commission to staff?
Hey, Patty, can you show us, it's Commissioner under here, can you show us where the school is?
Yes. This is the subject site in yellow. The school is on the south side of Northwest Berry Road, slightly just across the street to the southwest.
Great, thank you.
And this is the grass pad, if you're familiar with the grass pad.
Okay.
Patty, quick question. So what I'm getting from your presentation is that the main reason why this is before us for rezoning is because of the change in zoning that occurred, or the new classifications, correct? And that the only real major change is that they're attached buildings. So if this had continued on the old zoning code, it would have been able to be done by right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Baker. The as I said, the conversion occurred from GP5 to R6. The previous plan, the 2007 plan, also proposed attached buildings.
Okay.
Same structures. It's just that this table became problematic in regard to this particular development, in that we are very specific as to what types of housing types are permitted in various districts. So this is the table that became problematic.
So, and even the higher density would have been able to be done by right in the previous zoning, correct?
Oh, yes, because
Okay.
the GP5, I do have that. I mentioned that.
That should be good, Patty. I just was kind of making sure that I kind of understood the reason for the changes. So
the GP5 allowed somewhere between 10 and 13 units per acre, depending upon whether it was dependent upon a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, which would have been difficult to calculate. So previous GP5 of 2001 would have allowed 10 to 13 units per acre. The GP, so then it converted to R6, which is 7.26 units per acre. And the current proposal is only 5.9 units per acre.
cool. Last question on the connection to the school. I noticed on Google Maps there is a crosswalk, but it's not signalized. I was wondering if there's any plans to make that a little bit safer to cross Berry Road.
There's no condition imposed upon this applicant to do that. That would
Okay.
be a question, I believe Jeff Bryan with Public Works, Streets and Traffic might be able to reply to that. Berry Road, I'm not sure if that would make Berry Road. I mean, I live in this
Yeah.
area, but so I think
I
it's
was just wondering because
extremely dangerous for someone to cross Berry Road at this location
Okay.
for
Thank you.
for pedestrians. But the
This is-
residents who live within Wildwood West will certainly provide information as to that situation.
Patty, this is Commissioner Enders. This is for you or for Jeff. Concerns about traffic, would it primarily be signalization, speed, or volume of traffic?
Well, a lot of the conversation we've had is in regard to this intersection of North Amity, Northwest Berry Road, the lack of signalization. So in that respect, signalization there, speed is definitely a concern. Reducing the speed, will serve to improve sight distance because vehicles just aren't traveling as fast, so it gives you more time to react.
And so it's not volume, and it would more be stacking that's happening at that intersection?
Are you speaking of Amity and it's
Yes.
from my experience, I go to my animal clinic at least once a week for doggy daycare, sometimes two. So I spend a lot of time at this intersection at Amity and Berry Road. Traffic moves extremely fast, eastbound, westbound at Northwest Berry Road. There is, so you have to kind of take your chances, and you have people coming out of Weatherby Lake. And if they are attempting to turn one way or another, you have to wait for them or go straight. So it's, it's not like there's a lot of stacking. It's just sometimes it takes a while, and it's, I think the speed is very much a concern on Northwest Berry Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to staff?
Chair Crowell, I don't necessarily have a question. I just want to take this opportunity to remind you that we have a number of cases on the docket as we
Yep.
begin to open up public testimony and a response by the developer. We have set time limits, 20 minutes for developers and 2 minutes if you're an individual and 5 minutes if you represent an organization. We just want to ensure not only is there engagement, but there's an opportunity for us to move through the agenda. So thank you for such a thorough presentation, Patty. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the reminder. Okay, at this time, let's go ahead and introduce the applicant.
Mr. Chair, Patricia Jensen, members of the commission, Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. I assume you can hear me.
That is correct. Yep.
Just as an FYI, number one, I've got a PowerPoint presentation, which I believe Patty or someone is going to pull up for me, and we can go through that quickly. Patty has included a number of slides that are very similar in my PowerPoint presentation, so we'll go through that pretty quickly. She's been very thorough. Also on the line, I have my client, Bob Riles, Tyler Salee, who's working on this development, Jim Long and Dan Foster, who are with Schlegel Associates, who have done the land planning and the stormwater preliminary studies on this matter. And Janelle Clayton is our traffic engineer. So if Joe or someone could get all those people promoted, if there's questions, as we move forward, they'll be quicker to be able to get there. So Patty has shown you, this is the colored rendering of the plan. And what we are asking to do is to simply put us back in the position we were pre-new zoning and development code. My client had no idea and no notice that his his approved plan was being affected by the new zoning and development code. And as Patty explained, it was virtually impossible for the city to figure out specifically the specific properties that were affected in this manner. So this is a colored rendering. You've seen it. Patty's explained it. Next slide. This is the area that Patty has already explained. Next slide. This is a close-up of our site along with Wildwood West to our east. We have no connections into Wildwood West. This next slide is the rezoning history, and that shows in 2001, this property was zoned commercially as regional business with 675,000 square feet of commercial, office, and retail area. Next slide. The next slide is the 2007 plan, which rezoned the site from the regional business to medium density residential. And there was a small area that was zoned GP7, that's for a cell tower. And it approved the plan for 416 attached units and then 1 duplex for a total of 418 units. Next slide. Patty's already shown you this chart. The existing zoning districts were converted automatically under the new code. No notice was given of those, and that it affected our approved plan. Next slide. This application is simply to request to rezone it back to R-1.5 to allow us to construct what we had on our approved plan. And in fact, our density, and I'll show you that, and Patty's already gone over it, has decreased substantially. And that's based on the fact that as we planned this plan again, we've taken into account all of the city's new stormwater requirements as well as the stream buffer. And that has reduced the density. Next slide. We did public outreach and engagement. We mailed notices of the application and public meeting to Wildwood West Homeowners Association, Wildwood West 7th Plat Homeowners Association, and the adjacent property owners. And we held our public engagement meeting on November 19th. I've received multiple calls and emails, and I've responded back via email to all of those calls I received. Unfortunately, what started happening before we had our public engagement meeting is rumors got spread out in the neighborhood that we were putting in Section 8 housing or housing authority property. That is not true at all. This is a market rate rental community. Next slide. This is the colored site plan. Next slide. This is the comparison between the number of units and the decrease in buildings. Essentially, we had 6.97 units per acre approved in 2007. We've gone down to 5.93 units per acre. But as Patty explained, and it fits the R6 zoning density, but as Patty explained, it does not fit the building type that is in the new zoning and development code. The current R6 zoning district allows up to 7.26 units per acre. Next slide. This is a rendering of what I call as the ranch homes or the patio homes that are all along adjacent to our east property line as well as our south property line. Patty's already identified this for you. Next slide. You can flip through all those since you've shown them. And we did an update on the traffic impact study. It was prepared by Janelle Clayton. It contains these 4 points and recommendations. And as Patty has highlighted, we went to the Transportation and Development Committee and agreed to reduce the speed limit from 45 miles per hour along Berry Road in that location to 40 miles per hour from east of North Amity to North Chariton / North Childress. There were rumors out in the neighborhood that we were increasing the traffic by 700 vehicles, and that's not true at all according to the traffic study. Next slide. One thing I'll highlight is, in addition to meeting with the neighborhood, we met with representatives of the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company yesterday. They control Weatherby Lake. Weatherby Lake is a separate municipality and is not part of Kansas City, Missouri, but the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company very much protects Weatherby Lake in that area. And we met with them about the stormwater. They were concerned about where our stormwater was coming from and where it's going to. This site is about 60 acres. Only about 9 acres at the southern portion of our site drains across the street to the Breen family property. There's a farm pond there, and then from there it gets discharged and could flow to Weatherby Lake. But as you all know, we are required in the conditions of approval to submit the macro storm drainage study along with micro storm drainage studies. Our concept plan shows that we will meet the city's requirements, which is both improving water quality, making sure your water quality as it comes off your site is good through BMP requirements, and reducing water velocity as it comes off the site. We are in agreement with all of the staff conditions. I do have comments on the change.org petition. I believe it was done based upon the fact that it started spreading fear right away about low-income housing, housing authority, Section 8 housing. And as I have reviewed that change.org petition, anybody can sign from wherever they are, and there's no identifiers in that petition as to where these people live who have signed the petition. So with that, we'll stand for questions. But what we're really asking you to do is to approve what we had before on the site and return us back to a zoning district that permits our attached homes. They are all single family homes. They're for rent, of course, but this will all be controlled by one owner. And we're in agreement with all the conditions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions here to start us off maybe. And then so if there's any other commissioners that would like to jump in with their questions, please do. Can you remind me of how many phases this project will be done?
I don't remember how many off. Is Jim Long on? Or Dan Foster?
I believe there are 2 phases.
Yeah.
Two phases?
Yes, the southern portion would be first, of course, and then I believe the northern portion is the second.
Okay, so that would also, as part of the first phase, that would include the amenities area and then the emergency connection point to Berry Road.
Right.
Correct.
Oh,
Yes.
let me pull that up again. Yeah, right. Yeah, this is the first phase is the connection to Berry Road. Yes. One of the amenities, one of the cabanas, I believe. This is a phase line here. So the second phase would include the second pool cabana.
Patty and Patricia, I promoted Jim and Dan.
Dan, okay. Thank you, Joe.
Okay. And so in that first phase, there'd be how many units?
Dan or Jim, do you have those numbers? Dan?
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't know that we ever divided it out by phase, but hang on one second.
Okay, I'll go to my next question as you're getting that.
Yeah, this
determined.
this is a phase line here.
Correct.
And then it comes up here, kind of right down across here. So I don't know the exact number of units, but
It's about half and half.
I'd say a little, just eyeballing this, a little more than half in the first phase, I would say.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And you did say this is a market rate for rent type of facilities?
Yes. And Chairman Crowell, even though you don't get into rental rates and things like that, what we told the neighborhood during our Zoom meeting is our estimated rents for these units are between $1,400 and $1,800 per month.
And just kind of curious on your target market for that. Are they people like me that are wanting to downsize at some point? And
yeah, and as you know, there's a big demand in the Northland for women who have become divorced, trying to find good housing for their families. So, and it could be single women.
okay. My biggest question on this development is the access. And that's probably something that I'm kind of curious what other questions the commissioners have, because I think that one's going to take just a little bit of time to talk about. So I want to see other questions the commission has for the applicant, and then maybe we can look at that access point.
Yeah, Commissioner Crouch, Commissioner Allender.
Yes, sir.
Jensen, the outcome of your meeting with Weatherby Lake, was there any concern about water quality from the development into Weatherby Lake? I know that you've met all the city criteria, but did they have any issue with water quality?
Commissioner, they will always have a concern about water quality. They want to make sure that the development is done in a way that improves water quality. All of those details don't get done until we actually do the macro study and the micro study, but the city won't permit the stormwater to create issues for properties as they come off the site. What we told the representatives of Weatherby Lake Improvement Company yesterday is we would keep in communication with them. We actually exchanged our engineers exchanged email addresses with them so that they can keep them informed as they do the final studies.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
This is Commissioner Enders again. In terms of access, I don't know if Jeff's on and can speak to some of this too. When the traffic study was done, so looking at the adjacent development and all those single family homes, I imagine just eyeballing it that car count is roughly similar. It looks like there's similar type of access. And again, just glancing through the change.org type of responses, everything was traffic related. Can we get just a little bit more color commentary on the traffic analysis in terms of existing volume of flow and then the access there?
Yeah, this is Jeff Bryan here. I'll see if my video doesn't crash out my audio for me. But yeah, so the traffic study that was completed primarily looked at 3 intersections, and there are 2. This is zoomed out a little farther, so you can't really see the 3, but the 3 primary intersections that were analyzed were Charlton, Elgin, which is the proposed access for this development, and then Arcola Avenue. And with each of those locations in the proposed as well as the future, the 20-year scenario, the levels of service and queues were well within the acceptable range. I was just going back into the study to look at the volumes as you specifically were requesting. So let's see, with the site volumes, we're showing coming out of Elgin or leaving through that primary access, just approximately, if we'll say 127. This one was in the morning peak hour, and then in the PM peak hour, only about 68 or vehicles leaving the site through that primary access. And again, leading those to acceptable levels of service, which is considered below a level of service D, with letter grades being similar to school. So an A through D would be considered acceptable, and then E and F, excuse me, would be the unacceptable levels of service. And with those locations, they were, I believe, they were showing as levels of service B and C for the AM as well as the PM peak hours for the existing plus the proposed site. So I'm not sure if that information provides what you were looking for, or I can try to
That's
get
helpful.
into more details.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
This is Chair Crowell. So you're saying prior to the development, the intersections are rated a B, and then post improvements, it'll be rated a C? Is that what I understood?
Well, for Elgin, there isn't an existing, because I don't believe that intersection exists. So for example, for the ones that do exist would be Charlton and Arcola in the existing, I guess you'd say, for those specific streets, Arcola and Charlton, they are levels of service A, and then there is a B at Arcola, and that's in the PM. Let's see, as well as, and that's A's and a C for Arcola, and then that's existing, like I said, and then I believe those stay. So in the existing AM with the site, there is no change to Arcola. That stays. The southbound for Arcola was, the existing was a C, and it remains a C with the site coming on. And then in the PM as well, the PM was a level of service C, and it remains, no, excuse me, existing was a B, and then that one changes to a level of service C with the proposed development coming through.
And from a city standpoint, what is the goal and the acceptance of intersection? Is it C and above, or is it a B and above?
It's the level of service D is what is required. So
D is required. Okay.
yeah, D or above. So A, B, C, or D.
Okay. So just looking at, and I'm gonna go back to my little question, unless Tyler, do you have other questions to follow up with that? Okay. So my other question, and just looking at the site itself in terms of access, obviously the best location for the access, or the primary access point, would be right there at, Sheraton Avenue. Because then you'd have it right across the street from the school. And you can control the whole access point at some point with a traffic signal, and back and forth with pedestrian crossings and so on. And I understand that the development itself and the southwest corner, there's two ownerships there, split by, I take it it's a 20, maybe 30 foot piece of right of way there that goes to the property in question. Is that correct?
It's a 26 foot wide.
26 foot wide.
Right. And actually, Commissioner Crowell, it's not actually right of way. It's property owned by this developer. It was probably an access easement at some point. So there is no public right of way at this location.
Okay. Whoa. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. So, my thought is, if the property on both sides of that access point ever became available, is there an opportunity to change that primary access at that point in time, or at least allow for the improvements to be made?
It's hard to know when that might become available. What
I
I will say is that's part of that one side, the west side isn't that part of the grass pad ownership? And Mike McDermott might be on, I'm not sure. He's the owner of the grass pad. He was on our neighborhood Zoom call. At some point in time, I think he may decide that he wants to develop his property. That might all fit at that time.
Yeah, that in the southwest corner, that's normally Hoy is what's the ownership is showing.
Right. Yeah, I know the owner. It's a mother of a client of mine.
This is Dan Foster with Schlegel. I'll just add too that our proposed plan plats public right of way in our portion of the development to that connection. So we're allowing for a public street to occur in the future. We just don't have the width across that track to do it today.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that you don't have the width today, but it seems like if it became available in the future, that that connection point would be coordinated at that point in time.
I have one question.
Who said that?
Paul Rojas.
Okay, yes, sir.
You have how many rental units?
There's 354 units.
354. That's going to be 1,800 per month, you said?
14 to 1,800.
Wow. How many of those do you consider affordable rates?
Well, it's their market rate. So it's what is in demand in the Northland.
Is demand. There's no demand for affordable rates, are there, in the Northland?
There always are. But that's not what this development is targeted to. And a lot of the controversy started when people thought we were putting in what they denoted as Section 8 housing out here.
Not all affordable rates are Section 8. You know,
I'm aware of that, Commissioner Rojas.
But you're not considered lower rate rental units.
No.
What is the rationale for that?
The rationale for what? We have to plan a site that is economically feasible to develop. So based on the cost, that's how the costs of development, not only the infrastructure, the streets, and the housing, that's how the rental rates will get set.
Those rental rates are a mortgage payment in most places.
There are many people in the Northland who don't want the responsibility of home ownership and instead want something similar to home ownership without all of the obligations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions from commission to the applicant?
And Commissioner Crowell, if you have any further questions on the traffic study, Janelle Clayton is on there. So I think what you've seen is that the Amity and Berry Road discussion are really outside of this. What we're doing by decreasing the speed limit along Berry Road should help that intersection.
My last question is about the kind of interior roads and kind of they're going to be stubbed off, correct? For in the meantime, in that south, kind of where we're talking about the access road, and then up in the very top where it doesn't show like a cul-de-sac at all.
Yeah, at the very top it's adjacent to Missouri Highway 152.
Okay.
So there is no access there. And they are stubbed off headed to our west because we anticipate that property will redevelop at some point in the future. There is no access between Wildwood West. They don't have any streets that stub off there to our east.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? So at this time I know there's a lot of opposition to the project, or a lot of people that would like to speak from the public about this project. So Joe, if we can take them one at a time, and just a reminder that, 2 minutes here. Please state your concern and that you have with this project. I'll keep note of all the concerns as a whole, so we can get back to the applicant and ask those questions after the public testimony is over. And then from that, we'll move into a discussion amongst the commission. So again, Joe, if you've got folks that have raised their hand and would like to speak about this project, please let me know who they are.
So far, we have 4 people that have raised their hand.
Okay.
There is Nick Ehlers, John Anderson, Kevin Craig, and Christy Pittman. There were also some other people, not one of these 4 people, I believe, who've chatted. So if you were one of those people, you would want to raise your hand now to share your comments with the commission, because the chat commentary does not count. So I'm going to start with Nick, because he was the first one, I believe, that raised his hand.
Okay. So Nick, as you are promoted to speak to the commission, and you come off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Nick Ehlers. I live at 8426 North Winfield Avenue. So right along this back edge there. And my 2 major concerns, I've voiced these, and I was thankful for the opportunity on the pre-meeting as well, is the traffic study. It is primarily to address disappointment that the actual intersections that I think the outcry is around were not included in the study. Also, Chair Crowell, you had mentioned it was interesting that these kind of went from an existing B to C. When we were spoken to, it was actually conducted in a time of COVID. So that's also interesting to me. I think there was a particular percentage, and that might be interesting to bring up again here. But again, I'm concerned that the traffic just isn't necessarily being accounted for truthfully. In this, I live on that back edge. I personally called the city to complain about people that just floor their vehicles up there next to a school. It is dangerous. There's no shoulder up there. I think that there's major infrastructure concerns. And then I don't know if we're allowed to inject another question, but it would be around the schools in general and their current capacity. I heard the question of single mothers with children potentially up there. Obviously, if they're going to be going to school, how do those schools account for this? There's an elementary as well as a high school up there. Both are going to be impacted by this potentially. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I'm concerned on the infrastructure around all this. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, Joe, who's next?
The next person is John Anderson.
So Mr. Anderson, as you are promoted up to speak, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is John Anderson. I live at 8085 North Callaway Avenue. I represent the Highlands of Weatherby subdivision. I'm a board member. We are directly south of the school, so right across the street. Again, thanks for everyone to take your time to listen to me, but we don't oppose this development based on private market or market-based influences. We oppose it for one reason only, and that's for safety. I've gave the example to the developer in the past, but the intersection at Amity and Berry Road has an accident probably once every 2 weeks. My son personally was hit and his car was totaled at that intersection. With this development, we're going to add, based on the numbers I saw today, another 500 to 1,000 cars to Berry Road. My neighborhood and myself in particular are really concerned just because that intersection's already unsafe. This is going to add more traffic to that. Another concern is the infrastructure. The infrastructure for this project is not adequate. I would love to have the development go forward if the infrastructure is there, but it just is not there. The entrance to this proposed development, all the way to the east, there's multiple lanes of traffic. It's good infrastructure, but when you go west to Hampton Road for 2 miles, there's no shoulder, and it's dangerous. The infrastructure, basically from the entrance there, again, west to Hampton Road, no shoulder, 45 miles an hour. It's just not developed. On Childress Avenue, just probably half a mile southwest of this development, is a main conduit to get to Parkville, Missouri. A lot of clients, a lot of neighbors use Childress Avenue to get to Parkville. It's 2 miles away. This little road for Casey Moat never gets plowed for snow. So at least once a year, we're pulling people off the road just because of the safety issue, and it does not get plowed. Now, my subdivision is in Platte County, where we do get plowed, thankfully. But, you know, just a lot of different reasons. And the main reason is just the safety, the infrastructure is just not there. So my conclusion, and then my constituents' conclusion, is this isn't really NIMBA, not in my backyard. We condone private market behavior, but not at the expense of safety, and safety is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, who do we have next? You're on mute, Joe.
Sorry. Next person is Kevin Craig.
Hi, Mr. Craig. As you're being promoted up to speak, if you don't mind saying your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so you know, when you promote us, it takes us out and back in if you're in the app. So I didn't hear everything you just said. Kevin Craig, I live at 8080 North Caldwell Avenue. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So I was taking notes during the presentation, and I wanted to highlight a couple points that I don't think were actually raised accurately. So the original plan was 13 years ago. This area has changed significantly since then. So I understand the plan 13 years ago, but there's been significant build out and growth in this area. I have to assume that the zoning change that was made by the commission was for valid reason, and it's unfortunate that this property's original plan doesn't fit those valid reasons for this area, but I don't think that means we should discard the changes that were made. One other note I made is, I didn't hear it in this conversation, but I believe the previous plan was for sale versus for rent. And we may want to confirm that with the applicant to ensure that it's valid or not. So there was a change in planning to sell the property versus rent the property. I will reiterate the traffic study concern, but with a different angle. First of all, Amity is already 35 miles per hour at that intersection. So dropping the speed zone to 40 isn't going to address the traffic concerns of the intersection that was not included in the study. But there was an intersection that was included in the study that I believe is impacted by the conditions of our environment we're in today, and that's the Charlton intersection. So in our current COVID conditions, the school traffic is not the same as it is in normal conditions. So today they're only entering, and they have 2 entrances to pick up kids, and then they're sending them out through Highlands of Weatherby. So the traffic study of the actual intersection that was in scope wouldn't have picked up on the actual traffic. In non-COVID years, that intersection into Barry actually backs up during school drop off and pickup. So there is some condition there to be considered. The school capacity was already noted. I do want to note that I didn't sign the petition because of Section 8, and I'm sure others of the 843 did not. It's more the reference to the rental and the concerns around the traffic. And then the only other note to Commissioner Rojas's question, this rental amount is actually lower than several other properties that would be comparable in this area. So the concern that would give me is, does that reduce the quality of renters versus what maybe you would get within a couple miles of this location? Those were my only points. I want to make sure that the commission had an opportunity to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next person is Christy Pittman.
Okay. Good morning, Christy. As you're being promoted, please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is 8501 North Beach Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri 64153. I live off a street that enters into Berry Road. I travel both ways down Berry Road. The intersection of Amity is in Berry, as well as down to Hawthorne School, where I have an elementary child. A couple of issues I want to address is one, that seems to be the undercurrent of fairness to the developer based upon plans that were approved 13, almost 14 years ago. Changes to a code some 4 years after that, and now then at this point in time wanting changes. I think there's also some fairness that needs to be addressed to those that have purchased property in the vicinity based upon what the code was following the change of tables without any additions and changes. The other thing I'd like to say is I think it's a little disingenuous to state that the intersections of Amity and Berry do not play a role with this development. Or the area that is east of the proposed development. In looking at the traffic study that they provided, they used the term average daily traffic or vehicles per day in their table 3. They are estimating with these units, and that's based on the traffic study that they paid to have, is 2,648 per day. That's based upon a current, and that's comparable to what was done on the one day, Tuesday, October 6th, the traffic in that area, 5,463. That's a 66% increase in traffic based upon the current numbers. I think that the use of the 25%, however, is even low. I think that those numbers, the traffic going through there, are going to be even more significant. When I contacted the city engineer, I was told that due to the budget limitation, they're not able to conduct a traffic study to determine the average percentage difference in traffic numbers during the pandemic versus pre-pandemic. However, the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, which is what is used in the study to determine whether that intersection the proposed intersection would meet standards, they actually cite the fuel taxation, in which states that the reduction during this pandemic is actually closer to 38%. When you use that number of 38% with the increased projection of this new proposal, you're looking at over 8,000 vehicles traveling along that stretch of road. As noted, that road to the east of there is a very narrow 2-lane road without any lights, and it is subject to numerous wildlife in that area. The area to the west of there has been widened and developed. Even after that development and that widening of that infrastructure, it has just been in the last, I believe, 18 months that street lighting has gone up west of Carson. That area is just not a priority for those type of developments, and to add these concerns are very significant in terms of the traffic. The other thing I'd like to point out is in 2009 that the city developed the KCI area plan for this area. And this area was determined to balance among the interests and needs of residents and businesses and develop strategies to make that vision a reality. Part of this was to serve as a plan of record for the neighborhood and establish a guide to lead to the decision-making process of neighborhoods, residents, developers, city staff, boards, and commissions. Part of this area in question was actually deemed to be recommended for low density residential, not a high density area, which is what is now being proposed. And I think we need to keep in conjunction with that. I think 354 units would definitely is against what the city's plan was for this area. Certainly single family residential area is much more fitting to the current area as well as to the city's plan. The other thing I will add is that, again, driving down that road, I noticed again, even this morning, driving to that school, that the intersection that is in question is the pictures of that hill leading to where that is do not do it justice. It is going to be, in my mind, a dangerous intersection for cars leading in and out of there. There is significant traffic. Even during the pandemic, this morning, there was cars backed up onto Berry Road leading in to turn into the school. The hills make that inherently dangerous anyway, and to add that additional traffic, I think, is going to cause further problems. I will also note that the traffic study, the recommendations for it to make it better are to widen the road, and of course then that comes at the expense of the taxpayer dollars. I think that if again, single family homes is much more consistent, I think it would be much more likely to keep the city plannings and to reduce the traffic and concerns. I don't think that either intersection can withstand the additional traffic that would be created by the 354 units proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is a phone number ending in 8658.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Candace Chateau, 8421 North Winfield Avenue. And I think that what I wanted to comment on has already been mentioned. There's only one concern of mine left, and it was the air traffic study that was done in 1995, which discusses decibels of noise and different things like that. I didn't get to gather the information for this. I just want to bring it forward now, whether you would like to consider it or not. But it does call for no building west of Childress due to noise. I don't know if the air traffic at that time was only going in that direction, but you can stand on Winfield Avenue or even at Hawthorne Elementary, and there's obviously a different flight plan than when that air traffic study was done, because the planes do take off directly over this land. I just want that to be taken into consideration as well, because there's to be no building west of Childress due to the flight patterns, which are now going directly over this property.
Okay. Yeah, this is east of Childress, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, correct. It was not deemed that they should not build anything at that point because the air traffic was going over the west of Childress. And when I looked at that, I thought it was odd because I know I can stand in my driveway on North Winfield and the planes are right in front of me. So my neighbors and I watched very well. And I even went over to Hawthorne, and the planes do directly go over this piece of land. I don't know if it's like a wind pattern change on certain days, but they definitely do go over this piece of land. So it should be taken into consideration that if they were not allowed to build west of Childress due to air traffic, then why here?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Rick.
Is Rick?
Can you hear me? This is
Yeah.
Rick. Okay, this is Rick Neese. I'm the president of the WLIC. Met with Patricia and Jim Long yesterday, along with our corporate attorney, James Kessinger. I just want to re-emphasize and maybe put a strong point on the stormwater situation with regard to the Breen property and this development that you guys are considering. We had already at Weatherby Lake Improvement Company and the lake had some concerns about water runoff from the Breen property. Now, if we're going to be considering this development, in which 9 acres, I'm told, will flow into across Berry Road into the Breen property, that makes the thing problematic. I will say and compliment both Patricia and Jim in their willingness to work with us, but the only thing that we heard was this is all a very preliminary, high-level stormwater study, and I think we need to take a deep breath and do a lot more work in terms of protecting the water quality of Weatherby Lake, and or we'll have to get involved later on down the path. Hopefully we can do that. I will also share as a resident, and I guess I didn't give you my address, 7718 Northwest Scenic Drive in Weatherby Lake. I will share as a resident all of the concerns about traffic and the Amity-Berry situation, and just point out that there is also a problem with West Side Drive in between Amity and this development. West Side Drive empties into Berry Road as well. There's a hill, and when cars are coming over or trucks are coming over at 60 miles an hour, just changing the speed limit isn't going to be enough with this increased traffic flow. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay,
Next
Joe,
person is, next person is Doug Richmond, followed by Mike, and then James Kessinger. That should be it after that so far.
Okay. So, Mr. Richmond, as you are promoted up, please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Doug Richmond. I'm a West Side Alderman for Weatherby Lake. My address is 10517 Northwest 79th Place. And I'm sharing the computer with the mayor of Weatherby Lake, Steve Clark. Steve, what's your address?
My address is 9800 Northwest 82nd Terrace in Weatherby Lake.
So, and first of all, I'd like to note that the WLIC, Weatherby Lake Improvement Company, and the city of Weatherby Lake are two different things. As a member of the city government, but I'm also a member of WLIC as a resident. We all pay individual fees to have lake use. So there's not really a connection there. WLIC is private. The city, of course, is public. So I'd like to reinforce everything everybody said. There's a couple of things that I haven't heard. Being an alderman in Weatherby Lake, I work with our police department every day, and the intersection of Amity and Berry is actually part of KCMO, as you noted. But I do know that KCMO Police Department, KCPD, is very much understaffed. So, and we're out on the edge of the city, so response times could be lower. So I won't go through all the Amity thing again, but a few months ago, we had more wrecks at Amity and Berry, and several citizens got involved and were able to convince KCMO to install flashing lights, stop signs, various signage. So I'm just warning you that there's going to be a lot of people that take this up with KCMO if it's approved because of the traffic. So that's all I'll say about that. I go leave West Side Drive out of Weatherby Lake, turn west and go right past that property almost every day. And the Westbury Road it has a lot of potholes, and it's a relatively narrow street with a lot of trucks. And I can imagine what construction traffic will be like when this happens. I do have a question for the developer. I don't know the answer to this, but in my own business, doing a large project, I had to get what's called a SWIP, SWPPP. That's a stormwater protection plan. Had to get approval for that through the Department of Natural Resources. I don't know if that's required here, but it would deal with things like during construction, blocking off stormwater drains or just runoff off the property itself. So I'm just curious if that has to be done or has been done or whatever. I also haven't had a chance to look into this, but I'm not exactly sure where the sewer goes from that property, but yeah, I'm believe it might run into one or the other of our lift stations. And I'll definitely be looking into capacity of our lift stations. We were to, they belong to KCMO, so they pay for everything, but I just want to be sure it doesn't overcome our lift stations without any, investigation that could definitely impact our city. I saw 2 or 3 different petitions online, and more than one. I did see the one with 843 votes or whatever, but I thought I saw addresses on there, and the ones I looked at were in the area, either Wildwood or Weatherby or whatever. So, Steve, do you have anything?
Yes, I have something. This is Steve Clark, the mayor of Weatherby Lake. Our city approved a $5,000 share with Councilman Fowler is aware that we've committed $5,000 for a current traffic study, primarily through the Amity intersection. And that would fund half of this traffic study that I feel like should be completed. I saw a picture just recently here on the map, if whoever has that, if you would enlarge that Amity intersection, and from there west, my point being is it narrows down to a 3-lane road between Amity, and I live at the corner right behind the community center at Potomac. Pulling out onto a Berry Road from going north there from Potomac, cars are coming over the hill more than 45 miles an hour. And I'm going to back up here a second, back to the intersection. Public Works put up signs 35 miles an hour through that intersection, but we were told that they're not enforceable. So the real speed limit there is 45 miles an hour, not really 35, even though there's a couple signs that show 35. We've put a blinking stop sign on our side of the intersection on East Side Drive. And we've warned folks, and it seems like it's helped. Kansas City, Missouri's improved the signage coming south from North Amity and 152. So if you'll move that map that you're showing, so you'll see it's 3-lane to about the top of the hill there of North Potomac. And that's over there by that community center. And right about in that area, it turns into 2-lane there. You'll see it turns into 2-lane. And now you can move that to the west, and you'll see that intersection there at Carson. And you'll see now your Berry Road or the Berry Road and West Side Drive. That's a hill right there, coming from the west down to West Side Drive. And that's where they're coming out there fast. And it's the line of sight there is actually better than it is on the east of Potomac. If you continue to go that way, where you're talking about putting this development, you'll see here that now I don't even know that there's sidewalks right there. May be a sidewalk, but it certainly stops there at the grass pad. Look how narrow this is. And what are we going to do here when you put that intersection, that Elgin over there to the east of that property? Look what you have there. The infrastructure cannot handle that without widening Berry Road. It should really be 4-lane through here. If not, 3 would be better. But all the way down there, there's no past, what is it there? Charlton. The grass pad, there's no shoulders or anything right through that area. And it gets worse as you go west. So you're loading up North Amity there, and with the narrow streets, we've committed to $5,000 for a traffic study. I think you folks need to really look at increasing the width of the road right through here. And we work hand in hand, our city of Weatherby Lake does, with our improvement company. And by the way, when there's an accident on Berry Road, typically our Weatherby Lake police are the first responders. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next person is Mike, and then James Kessinger.
So this building right here, that's Bill Fenner owns that building.
This one?
That one. I think it's grass pad owns that. Fenner owns this other one.
Pat, is it, can we stop maybe sharing your screen at this point in time for now? Thank you. So Mike, as you're being promoted to speak, please say your name and address for the record.
Shit.
Mike, are you available? I think you're still muted.
How's that?
There you go. Thank you.
I'm Mike McDermott. My address is 7913 Northwest Potomac. I live in Weatherby Lake. My children have gone to all the schools up and down Berry Road for the last 40 years. So I've driven that road a long time. We've owned the grass pad property for 30 years. And the Planning and Zoning Commission is getting more comments on Berry Road and the traffic on Berry Road than they are on the project. And so unless Bob Riles is in charge of the Public Works Department for the city of Kansas City, he's got himself in a pickle. I don't know how City Hall works, but if the Planning and Zoning Commission, if you see the guys from the Public Works Department, Berry Road West, it needs work, and it has for 30 years. And whenever the subject comes up, people say we don't have the money. You need to take the tops off the hills and widen the road. And when you do that, most of the concerns you hear will disappear. But until Public Works looks at that stretch of highway and says it's not a farm road anymore, it's a serious city thoroughfare, and it needs to be widened, and you got to take the tops off the hills. And I appreciate everything you guys do. and we like the neighborhood, but that road needed work 30 years ago, and it still does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last person is James Kessinger.
Okay.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm sorry for the delay. As somebody else commented, when I'm promoted, it actually logs you out and then logs back in. I am the attorney for the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company, have been for the last 16 or 17 years. I did want to reiterate the earlier comment about Weatherby Lake and the lake, and Doug Richmond was correct that the city of Weatherby Lake does not own Weatherby Lake. Weatherby Lake is owned by the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company, which has a slightly more than 150 or slightly more than 850 members. We did meet with Patricia Jensen and Jim Clark and Bob Riles yesterday afternoon. I want to reinforce that they did commit to us to be collaborative with us in their process. They did reinforce that they are very early in their process and they have not reached the level of detail that we were hoping for, but they did commit to us that they would include us in their process, that they would have transparency in their process, and that they would be collaborative in their process. Our two primary concerns from the improvement company perspective are, number one, the quality of water during construction, and number two, the velocity of the water after construction. As you probably know, every time you construct an impervious surface, you catch water and you speed it up for its channeling. And so Ms. Jensen did commit to us that they will be collaborative, and we are optimistic of that. Other than that, we're not taking a position per se about the rezoning application. We are very interested in the development application, and we're very interested in the quality of water and the velocity of water. And those are my comments. I know you have other things to do. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kessinger. Okay, anybody else, Joe?
No, there's no one else.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close public testimony at this time. So I've only got 3 pages of notes, Ms. Jensen.
Well, I've got a few pages too, so.
Okay, so it sounds like there's several things that we still need to kind of flush out here. Traffic as being the biggest concern, I think, with everything. Safety of the intersection. Traffic study was done in a COVID time frame versus an actual non-pandemic time frame. School concerns. Ferry Road going west of here. Sanitary sewer is a concern. So if you don't mind, maybe start with your items you have on your list and how we can address those, and then work through mine.
Sure. Thank you again. And I'm going to ask Bob Riles to unmute himself so that if he has anything to add at the end and in response to any of your questions, he can. First, I'm going to cover some things that I think you all know. Rental versus ownership is not a zoning issue. We've heard a lot of questions about rental and they don't like rental, but that is not a zoning issue. The second thing is all about school capacity. School capacity is not a zoning issue, but this is part of the Park Hill School District, who's very aware and who prepares and estimates for their growth. So I am confident that Park Hill School District will account for the growth that's going on in this overall area. I also want to highlight that there's some very different areas. So you heard a number of people from Highlands of Weatherby testify. Highlands of Weatherby is located in unincorporated Platte County. And then of course, Weatherby Lake is a separate municipality. There was a gentleman who said that 13 years ago, when this decision was made to downzone it, it must have been a deliberative decision. I think we've gone over the history. It was got incorporated in the overall zoning, and the zoning and development code changed, and there was no deliberative process. I've also looked personally at the various aerials of that property 13 years ago versus this. And it looks much the same. In regards to Berry Road, we're dedicating additional right-of-way for Berry Road. And then the traffic study has certain improvements that we're making in Berry Road. Chairman Crowd, to go back to your question about phasing and number of units and phasing, Dan Foster has informed me now that in phase one, it is much 50-50. In phase one, there's 178 units. In phase two, there is 176 units. And the focus has been on Berry Road, and especially the Amity and Berry intersection, which is not an intersection that is within our study area, and it's an existing issue. I'm glad to hear Mayor Clark from Weatherby Lake now say that he has committed to Councilman Fowler to provide $5,000 of funding for an intersection study there. Based on my last conversations with Councilman Fowler and Councilwoman Lohr, they didn't have that commitment from Weatherby Lake. So I will pass that on to Councilman Fowler. They are both very much aware of this development, as well aware of what's occurring at Amity and Berry, and they are working on that issue. Of course, Janelle Clayton can testify as to how much we increase that existing issue by. I don't think it's much. What I would say is our density is within the R6 zoning district. So whether this property gets zoned for single family homes versus our attached townhomes, that density and that traffic will be the same. I think that has covered kind of my comments. We're making improvements along our area to Berry Road, so.
Patricia, do you want me to speak about the increased percentage?
Right, and yes, and also cover the fact that during the COVID times, you account for that in your traffic study.
Right, that's what I was referring to. So I'm Janelle Clayton with Merge Midwest, 2668 West Catalpa Street, and I did the traffic study in Olathe, Kansas, located in Olathe. And just to address, yes, we did the traffic counts during the pandemic. And talking with city staff, they requested we increase our traffic volumes 25%. I do want to note during the summer months, July, the Mid-America Regional Council put on a webinar for traffic engineers across the metro to kind of review the traffic trends that they were seeing in the area pre-pandemic, during pandemic, and then what things were looking like in July. They did multiple counts around the region where they had data available. And overall, what they were finding was the counts in July had returned to 90% of normal during the PM peak hours and 80% of normal during the AM peak hours. But they also pointed out this varied significantly depending on the location. For instance, near Corporate Woods in Overland Park by a bunch of office developments, those were still sitting about 60% of normal. But the retail and residential areas were closer to the pre-pandemic levels. So when city staff recommended 25%, I thought that seemed very, very conservative, and I was comfortable proceeding with increasing our counts by 25%. So just wanted to address that.
In your traffic study, okay, so 25% increase, but it did not include Hawthorne Elementary there because it's well, I guess it would be in session full-time because Park Hill schools were
Right,
in
so
session.
we did count the intersection there, and we captured AM peak hour from 7 to 9 and PM peak hour from 4 to 6. So it would not have captured an after-school peak, which from what I'm hearing is different than typical regardless. But a housing development such as this would generate much more traffic during the PM commuter peak hour. And so that's typically the peak hour we would study for worst case scenario of street traffic. So we didn't look at a 3 p.m. after school peak hour, but the AM commuters or AM drop-offs would have been captured, albeit maybe the patterns were different if they have, sounds like someone had mentioned they had maybe modified the way drop-offs are done, but we did capture what was out there at that time, and then we increased all counts by 25%.
This is Commissioner Enders. As a city tries to assess a new housing development such as this, can you speak to which intersections should be counted? And as Patricia Jensen was saying, this is an existing problem and people are pointing to an existing problem that shouldn't necessarily be the responsibility of the developer. When you're looking at traffic counts, are you looking at where most of the traffic flows regardless of how far away it might be from the origination point of the development? Or are you restricted by a certain radius from the development?
That varies on the development. In this particular case, we were kind of reworking the previous traffic study that had been done for the previous development plan, and that included these 3 intersections. I had communications with Jeff Bryan, which I always do before doing the scope of the study, and making sure that he is in agreement with the scope before we proceed. So he did not recommend the Amity and Berry Road intersection to look at that time. It really does kind of just depend on the situation, what intersections the city might want included in the study. But that was not requested at that time.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Some other comments that were brought up. Maybe I'll ask Stacy Lowe. That's the SWIP plan and what that looks like, the erosion control, as well as the sanitary sewer.
I'll be happy to try and answer those, Chairman Crowell. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager, Land Development with City Planning. For the SWIP plan, it is a requirement of the Missouri DNR that the contractor have a SWIP plan. This also is required for them to be in compliance with the city's MS4 permit for stormwater management. So yes, those will be requirements of this project. They'll also be required to obtain a site disturbance permit from the city once they submit plans for review and approval, which will also include a thorough review of the storm drainage study for the overall site to make sure that all of the city's requirements for storm drainage are being met. As far as the sanitary sewer, I cannot comment on that at this time. There has not been adequate information supplied as part of the development plan, but the sanitary sewer will also be reviewed and approved as part of the public infrastructure when it is submitted for review and approval prior to construction by the developer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rawls, as part of your stormwater prevention plan and your erosion control plan, will you coordinate that with the Weatherby Lake, the WLIC?
Yes, we've already committed to doing that, and our engineer has traded email addresses with them.
Okay. Is there a permit? And I'm sorry to go back, Mr. Kessinger, I think you're still online there. Is there a permit process through WLIC for stormwater management and erosion control?
Commissioner, that would be a city issue. We work closely with a lot of developers up in our watershed, but as far as the permitting process, that would be a city issue.
Okay.
Yeah, Chairman Crowell will have to go through the city Stacy Lowe's division permitting process.
Okay. So I think the last issue is it seems like is talking about Berry Road itself, and it is how it's inadequate in its what it serves today as far as the number of people in that. Jeff, if we can talk just for a second about Berry Road as a whole. So it sounds like at some point in time, there's going to be a traffic study. But is Berry Road is not, let's see, it's considered one of the arterials. Is that part of the impact fee committee? Is that, what's the improvement process for that? And what would a time frame be to take a look at Berry Road and doing something about Berry Road from Amity West?
I'm not aware of any planned improvements on Berry Road. That certainly doesn't mean there aren't any, but yeah, just that I'm not aware of those. And let's see, I was gonna see if I could bring up the major street plan to see the designation like you were asking about. I can look that up and let you know once I find that, to see as far as the classification. My guess is this far over that it's not an arterial or anything like that, just based on, you know, seeing the number of lanes. I'm expecting that it would be, if you want to call it a lesser level, so to speak. So, but yeah, let me see if I can find that information.
Okay, but the actual designation of Berry Road itself, is this, I mean, this is one of those roads, from what I understand, that you can't ask the developer to improve their half or whatever. This is one of those roads that goes through as a capital improvement project or impact fee, kind of provide something for that.
I do believe
That's
so.
correct.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, it's on the major street plan.
It is, okay, yes.
Chairman Crowell, we are doing improvements on Berry Road based on Janelle Clayton's traffic study for the turn lanes going in and out of North Elgin.
Okay.
So, and then we're dedicating additional right of way. So there will be sidewalks and curbs and gutters.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Anything? Okay.
And the only other thing I want to highlight, Chairman Crowell, I'm sure you've driven Berry Road in this area. So Berry Road will have a 35 mile per hour speed limit to the east of Amity. And then it increases to 45 at that point. And that is where we have committed to reducing the speed limit either to 40 or 35, and then replacing all of the Public Works Department asked us to replace all the speed limit signs and everything along that stretch.
Okay. All right, thank you. So at this time, we're going to close all testimony and just speak amongst the commissioners, and then hopefully move into a vote and go from there. Any comments from any of the commission?
Yeah, I'll start. I'm in favor of the project. I think, given the history and the fact that this is simply a re-upping of a transition from a different zoning code change. I also wanted to point out that I think this is a good use of the land. We talk a lot about infrastructure improvements, and a lot of that deals with how many residents you can get into the city and how much tax revenue you can do it. And I think this is a good middle ground of single family, but also townhomes and density to utilize this property. So, and then I have to always point out, renters are people too, and they deserve homes in and around neighborhoods throughout the city, and even people who utilize Section 8 and also housing authority. So just want to make sure that's out there. And then to the affordability point that Commissioner Rojas pointed out, there are people working on that issue. I don't think we have, that's not within our purview to decide on, but I definitely feel that sentiment, generally speaking. So I'll be voting in favor of this. And a lot of the issues that were brought up, I think are outside the scope of the project and are bigger structural issues, but I don't necessarily think that's the burden of the developer.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Commissioner Baker's sentiments reflect that of my own. He said it better than I could have, so thank you.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Crowell, I would like to triple down. I guess you wouldn't say double down on Commissioner Baker and Commissioner Ender's sentiments. I also, just as a personal note, as a single mother that owns her home, I would greatly appreciate like transitioning to having a place where I still had the feeling of home ownership, but not have the maintenance and all those other things. So I do think that there is a market for men and women who are just not the fix-it type that want, the same standard of living in a, townhome or a home without all the extra responsibilities. I also think that this is a really good project. I know there are a lot of concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity to listen to community engagement. This commission was very patient and listening to make sure everyone, concerns were addressed. But I agree, it's a good project, and I'd like to see it move forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So just my general thoughts on this project. As a whole, I'm in favor of the project, but I don't really like what's going on with Berry Road. It's being neglected. It's been neglected for a long time, and it needs to be improved. I think that's beyond the scope of this particular project. That needs to be up a couple levels to our council members. They need to take a greater interest in that. As far as some of the other concerns with this development, as far as stormwater, sanitary sewer, they're all great concerns, but I think at this point in time, it's a little premature to, because it still needs to be designed and put together, and I'm certain that it's going to be coordinated with the Weatherby Lake community. So I guess at this point, let's go ahead and entertain a motion and go from there.
I move to approve docket item 1.1 without conditions, and docket item 1.2 with conditions.
Second, Commissioner Enders.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender?
I see his name on the attendees, but not on a panelist. So I don't know if you got.
Fix that, Lisa. Let me try to fix that and you can move on.
Okay, I put him on as a panelist. Okay, Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye.
And Commissioner Allender, are you on now?
I am. Aye.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so it looks like the project passes 7-0. Again, it's a good project. There's still some challenges, I think, to be worked out, but I'm certain it'll get taken care of, and look forward to seeing it come together.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Paul Rojas needs to be excused for about 10 minutes, 15 maybe.
Okay, so I was kind of wondering, it is 11:15 right now, if we need to take about a 10-minute break and then come back after that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
All right, let's do a 10-minute break. So it's basically 11:15 now. Let's be back here about 11:25, give or take. Thank you. Okay, let's see if everybody gets back here and we'll get started again.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just dropped off out of the, I suppose back into the public area.
Gotcha.
It was probably me or Jamie working when we promote people over to speak, we have to demote them back over. And the list of names is always fluctuating, like moving around. So one moment I might have my cursor on Joe, and then when I right click and promote them or demote them back over, it's adjusted, and now Bruce is under my cursor. So we've done that a few times. I apologize.
No problem. The only thing I had on that last case, I just wanted to make sure that water quality was right off the site.
Yeah.
Because Weatherby Lake's pristine. You want to keep it that way.
Okay, Commissioner Hill, are you back? Commissioner Beasley?
I'm here.
Fantastic. Commissioner Rojas? There's Commissioner Hill. So it looks like we've got a quorum to go ahead and get started. Joe?
Okay.
Let's go ahead and get started. We're to docket item number 4.
That's right.
And as we get started on this docket item, I understand that we might be missing the final building elevations to make a decision on this case.
I believe so, yes. Want me to go ahead and read it?
Yes, please.
All right, docket item 4, case number SUP 2020-00025. Request to approve a special use permit at 8725 Blue Ridge Boulevard to allow gasoline and fuel sales. Jamie Hickey is the staff planner.
Okay.
Sorry, let me unmute. Good afternoon, or almost, I guess it's 11:30. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Joe, it looks like it's asking me a question, but not giving me permission.
Okay, you're a co-host, so it should work.
Okay. Hold on.
What's the question it's asking?
Who can share? Only host or all panelists? And then it says who can start sharing when someone else is sharing. Okay, now it's working. No, sorry. Okay.
So do we need to talk first, Ms. Hickey, about, understand that the final building elevations have not been submitted yet, or have they been submitted?
That's correct. There are some outstanding corrections and conditions that have not been resolved. We do expect that those would have to be submitted and approved prior to us docketing this case for Board of Zoning Adjustment. The applicant expressed desire to have the case move forward, so that is why we are before you today.
Yeah, but I don't want to go through a case if we still don't have all the documentation before us to make a informed decision.
Right. I have conditioned. So if you take a look at, there's several conditions. I believe we have 22 conditions. And those first ones are corrections that have multiple parts. For this case, so at this point, we are kind of offering the applicant their due process. They've requested to move forward. So that's where we're at. Of course, it's, you're the board's discretion to hear a case or move forward with the case.
What's the pleasure of the commission to go forward with this case, even though we don't have all the documents as part of the submittal, or go ahead and hear the case and make that one of the conditions?
Well, Chair, I'm just wondering, if we don't have all the documents, then are we going to get into a continuance?
Part of what?
Session
It just did.
well?
They don't have it, they say. But we can see. There. Good here.
Hey, Joe, can you mute Mr. Banday, please?
Yes.
One of the key pieces of information that we are missing is a completed traffic study. They have sent the scope of work to Mr. Jeff Bryan, but we have not received that full traffic study. And I personally feel that that's a large, deficit to hearing this case. But again, that's the pleasure of the commission.
I'm just, Mr. Chair, I'm just concerned we haven't got all the information, and we're just going to get into a continuance in any case, in my mind, until we get it.
I agree with Commissioner Allender. I also want to be careful that we don't set a precedent that you cannot have all of the required documents before us, and we will hear your case. So I'll go with the pleasure of the commission, but would ask that we just continue it.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Beasley?
This is Commissioner Enders. I'll go ahead and move to continue case number 4, or docket item number 4, to a date as suggested by Jamie Hickey.
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been motioned and seconded. Before we go to a final vote, so Mr. Banday, it sounds like not all the information is before us on this particular case. We'd certainly like to have that before we make a decision and it moves on towards the Board of Zoning adjustment. I mean, we'd like to have a fair assessment of that from a land, development standpoint. Is this so the items in question that the staff is looking for, is that something that can be submitted such that we could have a meeting on the first January meeting, or are we looking at the second January meeting?
Wait a second. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, this is Gerald Menifee. I'm the project manager. You do have the elevations, at least for your clipboard here on what I'm seeing. And the rendering.
There are some outstanding corrections on those elevations.
Okay.
And then, yeah, because I didn't have it in my packet to review last night or until late last night. But also I think there's a question on some traffic study information. So the case is going to be continued, and I'm looking to see, is that traffic study information going to be available so there's sufficient time for staff to review so we can hear your case on the January 5th, or should we wait till the 19th? And I want to make sure also that staff has the adequate time to review.
Well, right at this time, I can't tell you. I just asked again from the traffic, and I have not gotten the signal timing plans, which I need in order to do an analysis of the nearby intersection as well. And so how long will it be before I even get that?
Okay, so it sounds like the 19th would probably be the better opportunity for this particular case to be heard.
Yes, probably would be.
Okay, thank you, sir. So Tyler, Commissioner Enders, you'd like to amend your motion, please?
Yep, move to continue docket item number 4 to January 19th without fee.
Okay.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to continue docket item 4 to January 19th. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
So I think that's everybody. So it's motion passes to continue docket item 4 to January 19th. So let's go ahead with docket item number 5.
Docket item 5 is case number SUP 2020-00034. Request to approve a special use permit to allow the construction of a convenience store, gasoline and fuel sales on about 3,700 square feet. I'm sorry, a 3,700 square feet gasoline and fuel sales use on about 1 acre at the northeast corner of East 75th and Prospect Avenue. Jamie Hickey is the staff planner.
All right. What we have before you is an application for a gas station and convenience store at 7445 Prospect Avenue. The applicant did hold several public meetings virtually on November 10th, 13th, and 14th. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, quick technical question. Are you seeing this in the slideshow view? I'm having trouble seeing what I'm sharing.
Not in a slideshow view. Like we can just see your whole PowerPoint screen.
Great. Okay. One moment. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Having some difficulty. Okay. All right, what we have again is a gas station at 7445 Prospect. It is in the kind of the south central portion of the city. More specifically, it is at the northeast corner of Prospect and East 75th Street. As you can see from this aerial, there are commercial buildings to the north and to the west. Adjacent to this property are residences to the east, and then to the south is a police patrol building. Here is the proposed site plan. The applicant is proposing what is currently, you can see from this existing aerial, a large curb cut along 75th Street. They're proposing to reduce that to an entrance off of 75th and a single entrance off of Prospect. And then they are proposing the addition of new sidewalk along 75th Street. There will be parking in front of the building and then 6 gas pumps to the south at the side of the building. You can see from the landscape plan, they are proposing some landscaping along both street frontages. We do have required landscaping and screening requirements when a property abuts residential use. One of the conditions does include enhancing that screening and landscaping in order to comply with those requirements. Here are the proposed elevations. The applicant did work with staff. Previously, this case belonged to Shoe Wood. While she's out on leave, I have taken it over. So those design iterations primarily occurred with her as the planner. So the applicant may be able to speak in more detail to that iterative design process. However, I do know that they have increased the transparency on both the west and south elevations from their previous submittals. We do still have a blank facade on the north side and then the east, which again fronts, or I guess presents to residential properties to the east. Again, there's still a concern about visibility from the north and south elevations, as well as, you know, concerns about what that blank facade and the use back on the east side. And again, they have landscaping and screening requirements abutting residential districts, so we do expect to see revisions to that landscape plan prior to this case going before the Board of Zoning Adjustment. As of probably the most important note on this case, staff has received a significant amount of public testimony to this case. I've received probably at this time over a dozen emails and letters requesting comments. I did send many of those to you already. Anything I received prior to this morning was sent over. I have received a couple more emails this morning. Staff's recommendation at this time is for approval subject to conditions, of which there are 21. But again, we're not planning to docket this case for the Board of Zoning Adjustment until the corrections are received and approved. With that, I would take any questions on this case. I do know that we're expecting some public testimony, so I definitely want to make sure that there's time for that. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from the commission to staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
I had earlier promoted Brian Ruoff. There's also someone named Jeffrey Primos. I'm not sure if he's raised his hand. I'm not sure if he's part of the applicant team or if he's wanting to speak in public hearing.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Ruoff.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Still good morning. I'm Brian Ruoff with 3F30 Architects. I'm the architect of record on this project. A little bit of history. This is this 15th or 16th Express Mart that's been remodeled or new construction in the metro area. So we've got a history going back on these projects. I'm going to share a PowerPoint here in a little bit that shows a couple of our latest projects that are relatable to this project. The owner and developer, Jay Jamal of Express Mart, I think may be online somewhere. I don't know if you guys see him, but I can let him talk toward the end of my presentation if there's questions regarding the operation of this. But in the interest of time, I'm going to go through this quickly and hit the highlights. We did have 3 meetings. The first meeting was generally the required meeting with the note that addressed the notifications with the neighbors. And we had that on a Tuesday. And then on a Friday, during the day, we had a meeting with some of the business owners in the area. And then on Saturday, we actually met on site with our mask on and a cold wind with the neighbor to the east of us and to the neighbor that owns the car repair shop across the street. And he was in an earlier Zoom meeting. So we had 3 meetings that addressed 3 different levels of concern. I'm going to go ahead and go to the PowerPoint real quick. I'm going to try to share my screen. And this won't take very long, but it'll be some visual depiction of what this building will look like. So these are the elevations that you have in your file now. And this is a rendered landscape plan of the site that gives a little bit more, a better depiction of what it looks like with the green involved. We're going to continue to work with staff because we have no interest in shortchanging the landscaping on the site, but we have to move it around and make it work for some of the confinements of the site dimensions. And we're fine with landscaping to meet the ordinance on the east side with the residential housing over there. We are already showing a 6-foot wood stockade fence the entire length of the east side and the north side of this property. And we do have a retention pond on the northeast corner of this behind the building that we've been waiting a little bit on landscaping to see how big that was and what the shape of that was. So that's coming from the civil engineering part of this. So this is the Express Mart that opened at 3801 Leavenworth Road just 2 months ago. And this is the best depiction of what the proposed building would look like in materials and color and, curbless entry, the storefront, all that. This is the proposed building for this site. It would be a corner entry. That would be the biggest change that you would see here, but this is really the look that we're looking for. And this is another angle of this building. And then this is a close-up of the materials. And then the building to the left is a convenience store that we did 3 years ago at 31st and Brooklyn, just north of this, about 40 blocks or so. It's another neighborhood store, but it shows the corner entry, and it's more of the configuration and a better example of the site layout compared to this site. But again, we've changed the materials on the building and the look of the building considerably since this building. So some real quick interior shots for everybody to see. I can always come back to these if anybody wants to come back to them, but this just gives a general idea of what our interiors look like. And that's the corner and the monument sign, which would be similar. And this is 31st and Brooklyn with the landscaping we show at the street. So, so we can come back to that if anybody would like me to come back to that. But to kind of go on with my list, we have a half vacant lot to the north, which is land bank property. And we have a police station to the south and a transit center on that corner. And there's a Family Dollar across the corner to the southwest of us. And then there's a traffic center for the city, which I don't think they're using anymore, on the northeast corner. And then we have the car repair center across the street. So that's an idea what's going on the intersection. I mentioned the stormwater improvements. This site right now it's just basically, an old site with an old building. The building on the corner is no longer retail space for phone sales, but at one point in time it sold fuel because there's fuel vent pipes at the back of the building. We don't know when, but at some point in time it was a gas station on this corner. I really don't have anything else. I'm prepared to answer questions. I'm fairly sure there might be some testimony. If we could let maybe Jay discuss some of his operations around town, that would be my next step on this, if we could allow him into the meeting.
Okay, Mr. Ruoff, can you stop sharing your screen so we can kind of see everybody? There we go. Thank you. Mr. Jamal, anything to add?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I think he presented it all right. We like to put a really nice, good-looking store in the neighborhood wherever we go, and that's what we intend to do right here, to clean up this area and put a really nice-looking store.
All right, thank you. So any questions from the commission to the applicant?
This is Commissioner Hill. I'm wondering how you have worked to address the neighborhood's concerns. I know I haven't seen all of the community comments, but I didn't see anywhere where you had a memorandum of understanding with the neighborhood association that you would not sell alcohol. I noticed in the package you said you don't plan to, but I don't see anything that's binding to that commitment. That was one of the questions that I have. The second one is the need for another gas station. There's one on Gregory, which is about 4 or 5 blocks to the north of you. And then there's another gas station on 80th and Prospect, which is 5 blocks to the south of you. There's gas stations to the west when you get on Prospect. So just the question of saturating the urban core areas with gas stations. Just curious.
Okay, let me address sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jay.
Let me go ahead and address the alcohol issue. That store to the north of this on Gregory is my store, and that does have liquor and alcohol there. What problem that we run into over there is people are not able to get gas because all we have is 2 dispensers, and a lot of people park their cars right there on the dispensers and go inside. So, on weekly basis, I hear 3 to 4 complaints where customers are asking us to move these cars from the pumps because they're not able to pump fuel there. So that's that is the reason. That's what prompted me into looking for an alternative site where we can pump fuel, and that's why we have 6 dispensers, so 12 cars can actually pump fuel there. That is the reason why we came up with that. 75th Street itself is a major thoroughfare going east and west. So we plan to capitalize a lot of people that are traveling east and west, and anybody coming from the north traveling south, because they're not able to stop at my store because that place is always packed. That is the reason why I'm picking up this location. The other concern, Madam Chair, you have is alcohol. Well, I've said it to the neighbors previously that I do not intend to sell any alcohol at all there. Number one thing, because we already sell that at the other location. Number two, in order for us to even apply for alcohol, we have to go through back through the neighborhood and through this whole process again with regulated industry. So it is a consensual matter with the neighborhood. Secondly, there's a church right behind this, not too far away. And I think that's within 300 feet of this property. If there's a church, you can't even apply for alcohol there. So I had that understanding that we will not be seeking any kind of alcohol sales there.
Did you exhaust your options with the existing store on 75th? I mean, Gregory is also a major thoroughfare that's east or west. And so I'm wondering if those folks can't get in the store, right, to get what they need or to pump gas, you will just extend it to the one that's on 75th Street. So I'm wondering, was one of your first options to say, how can we expand the number of pumps on the 70 or the Gregory store that you currently own? Before opening an entire new gas station just 5-6 blocks?
I'll answer that. The Gregory store was an existing store when Jay bought it 10 years ago, maybe?
12 years.
12 years ago. We did an extensive remodel on that store, and the store size itself is fairly sizable, but the ceiling heights are not, what we would normally want. And so we removed it, made a really nice store inside. But we did several layouts, and any layout on the gas pumps made the site more conducive to crowding and made the exiting much more difficult. So we've tried and looked at expanding the fueling on that site, but it's not a good site for expanding because there's the space between the islands and the parking is limited. So you can only expand one island to the north, and that gets into the other approach. So any increase in the traffic on that site is not going to be helpful. So, I mean, we've worked through that site several times. It was about 8 or 9 years ago we did that remodel.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Joe's anybody raise their hand?
Yeah, we have 2 people. Jeffrey Primos was first, then Diane Hirschberger.
Okay. So Mr. Primos says you are promoted up. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Primos, and I live at 1479 East 78th Street. I am the current president of the Marlboro Community Coalition, and I am a resident of the Marlboro community since I was 8 years old. So that's close. I don't want to give my age, but close to 50 years in that community. And so I know the area very well. I actually went to that gas station on Gregory as a kid. I used to be there all the time. So I'm very familiar with the area. I grew up there and live there now. And now I'm the current president of the Missouri Community Coalition. And then so I have a statement I'm going to read and then some additional comments. So first, there really is no need for another gas station. There is no benefit from this development in the neighborhood. as Commissioner Hill was alluding to, there are so many gas stations in that area. I mean, you almost have a gas station within walking distance on to the north and the south, because there's actually two additional gas stations on Hickman Mill. And there's also a gas station on 75th and Troost. And there's also a gas station on 80th and Troost. And not to mention the convenience liquor stores that are blocks away from each other on Troost. So there are 6 similar developments within and around the immediate perimeter of the coalition. Residents do not say they need more gas stations, convenience stores, because they have to travel too far now to get gas or snacks. It is unacceptable that a business that consistently attracts negative aspects of society be allowed to increase in our neighborhood. We're all aware of the violence that's going on in our city right now. And in our neighborhood, the center of violence is around some of these gas stations and convenience stores. All you have to do is Google 81st and Troost Market. Thanksgiving, there was a murder. And one of our board members owns the business right next door. And so he sees things on his film, on his cameras. And so that is another gas station in the area that just brings a bad element. The national studies confirm what plays out at the convenience stores in Marlboro. They are the source of nuisance behavior, altercations, property theft, other crimes spilling into adjacent residential streets. The special use permit applicant suggests that this will not be the case at 7445 Prospect because they will not have a liquor license. However, they will sell drug paraphernalia. The owner operator of the proposed gas station also owns the gas station at Prospect that we already talked about. And, I believe he owns others in the area as well. Both locations have been sites of homicides over the past 5 months. Troost Market has been the site of many homicides. KCBD crime statistics for these 2 convenience gas stations locations between January 1st through December 7th, January 1st of 2019 and December 7th of 2020. 70-30-30 Troost, 70-30-30 Prospect, 80-001 Troost, 144 disturbance calls at 70-30-33 Prospect, 117 disturbance calls at 80-01 Troost. Both locations have had armed robberies. 9 stealings on Prospect, 7 stealings on Troost, 3 stolen autos on Prospect, 3 stolen autos on Troost, a strong armed robbery on Prospect, 41 suspicious activity calls on Prospect, 34 suspicious activity calls on Troost, 11 calls involving a weapon on Prospect, 9 calls involving a weapon on Troost. And some of those calls are homicides, confirmed murders. Thanksgiving Day, a homicide. I mean, the violence is escalating. Last weekend, there was a shootout close in that area. And so we know that these places are a gathering place. You have so many apartments and they're in walking distance of apartments, and they just tend to bring in a bad element. So the community coalition opposes this vehemently, and will continue to oppose it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Primos. Appreciate it. Joe?
I'm promoting Diane Hirschberger at this time.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Hirschberger. As you are promoted to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Looks like you are promoted, but you're still on mute.
Diane, I think you're on mute.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Go ahead and speak, Diane. You can speak.
Yes, please.
I think that this is not Diane Hirschberger, but I think that maybe I somehow am logged in under her name. Does it say that Diane's speaking right now?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm so sorry. This is not Diane Hirschberger.
Okay.
My name is Jency Colton. Would it be okay for me to go ahead and
Yes, please.
speak? Okay, my name is Jency Colton. I am a resident of the Marlboro neighborhood. I live at 1434 East 78th Street and have lived in the neighborhood for going on 6 years. I am also part of the Marlboro Community Coalition. I serve as the vice president and am actively involved in all these conversations about crime and safety and what we can do to make our neighborhood better. And I have 4 children. I go to the gas station regularly, as one does, and it is disappointing that the gas stations in our neighborhood would ever feel unsafe, but that is the reality, that there are gas stations in our neighborhood where we don't go because you never know what's going to happen. And unfortunately, one of these properties at 80th and Truce Market is a place that is notoriously avoided by us and by our neighbors. And so I am against any more developments of this kind, and agree with the just even the fact that there's drug paraphernalia being sold. This is not the kind of establishment that we need or want. And I am fully opposed to moving this project forward.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Joe, is there anybody else?
Now there's a different Diane Hirschberger and a Rebecca McQuillan and T. Slavens. I guess
Okay.
I'll start with the other Diane Hirschberger.
All right. So.
Okay, I can see that now that I am unmuted. My name is Diane Hirschberger. I live at 8740 Brooklyn Avenue for 25 years in the neighborhood. I reiterate much of what all that has been said, just to point out to the commissioners that the station that keeps being mentioned at 80th and Troost, the reason it is mentioned is because it is our understanding that Mr. Jamal owns that as well, which he did not reveal to us during any of the meetings. And that is a constant reminder of how operation between that and his other property would be operated, because that seems to us the understanding of what a special use permit is about. All of the conditions of the design and the shrubbery, et cetera, those conditions can be met, but what seems to be the issue, and not seems to be, is the issue for the neighborhood, is that the additional burden, stress that a business that is as the convenience store gas station industry is on the east side, they're predatory businesses. And we just cannot deal with the stress of that anymore in our community. What I really wanted to point out is misrepresentation that this is just like a rundown industrial area and in a nice shiny station would make a difference. The fact of the matter is there is a lot of investment by both Alpha Point, which has the largest employment center for people with vision impairment in that area. They are the largest property owner, and the KCATA new transit hub. Both of those facilities are highly invested in transit-oriented and neighborhood-oriented development, and putting yet another gas station, which no matter how it is run, as long as it is selling drug paraphernalia and it has the history of operation that the others have, is going to be a magnet for crime. I think if I understood Jamie Hickey correctly, you may have seen the letter from the CEO of Alpha Point that came out last night at 5 o'clock. But in case you did not, I would like to point out that his statements, and we can submit this. I know he submitted this to you. They are vehemently, I can't say that word like Jeff can't say it, but strongly opposed to this development. And that is because even though one would think that with the police station there, that crime would not be an issue. And what he points out is that even with the police station being adjacent, that over the past several years, since the police station is now a detention center, that he has actually had the city paying for a $30,000 fence to prevent crime from people who are leaving the police station. That is not a deterrent, and they will, he is very concerned that they'll be attracted over to the convenience store. He says on 3 occasions this year, he's actually had people break into his property that is across from the police, like adjacent property line to the police station. So we're really concerned about the additional burden that this puts on the neighborhood, that we can hardly deal with the stresses from the existing gas station convenience stores, let alone all of the other issues in a neighborhood that is middle to low income, long disinvestments, et cetera. You know the story. What Mr. Reinhard Mabry, the CEO, says is what I agree with, and I think many in our neighborhood agree with, is that we support development along the Prospect Corridor. There are ample needs for a lot of things, including grocery stores, pharmacy, urgent care, senior housing, and that putting another convenience store, as shiny as it might be the day that it opens, is not going to encourage the other kinds of development that is needed in our neighborhood. So the bottom line is that there is not another need for snacks and gasoline, and that the benefit, there's just not a benefit to the neighborhood. And to me, that's what the whole special use permit is about, is to say what is being added that wouldn't already be there.
Okay, thank you.
Not just that, it's bringing negative aspects as well.
Okay, thank you.
Rebecca McQuillan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Rebecca McQuillan. I live at 1410 East 79th Street. And I first of all would like to echo what the neighborhood representatives have said so far. For me personally, I live very near to the Troost Market, which is at 80th and Troost, and I live pretty much at 79th and Troost. And yes, we keep bringing this up because I think the way that that gas station is managed shows the character of the type of business that Mr. Jamal would be putting in at 75th and Prospect. And it is highly detrimental to the neighborhood. But on a personal level, there is a brand new park at 81st and Troost that the neighborhood fought hard for, that I know myself and others, we went to budget meetings with our kids. We stood up, we demanded it. And that park, I can't even take my kids to because of the extreme level of violent crime just at 80th and Troost. And also there's a school now across from 80th and Troost. So I think that the concern that Commissioner Hill brought up with the possible changing nature of the alcohol permit is a real concern, because we see that when the alcohol permit was granted for the Troost Market, it was allowable because there was no school and no playground in the near proximity. Now that those things exist and Mr. Jamal is allowing his business to continue with rampant crime and literal homicides during the daytime where children are playing outside, I have no question that if the church were to close or move behind it, that there would be a liquor license granted. There's no concern and there's no integrity with the way that this business is operated. So I strongly suggest that you do not approve the special use permit. Any other gas stations in Marlboro or outside of Marlboro by this owner. Thank you.
Thank you.
T. Slavens is the next person.
Okay. Hi, as you are being promoted, please state your name and address for the record. Looks like you're, there we go.
Latanya Slavens. I have lived in Marlboro for 27 years. And I totally agree. We do not need another gas station. And not just because we are against it as a neighborhood, and not just because we don't need another gas station, and not just because it's of the crime, which is just horrendous, but because you guys are supposed to be the front line protection for neighborhoods. And on your books already are 2 cited conditions to not allow businesses into a neighborhood. One is, which has already been spoken about, with the proximity of the schools and churches. And the other one is when there's a business that is already very rampant in a neighborhood, which is gas stations. So by your own laws that are already on the book, as you guys are supposed to be our frontline protection, you should deny this. And yeah, we do not need it. We do not want it. And not for just for us adults, but we have children to think about. And the children is our future. And that's the most important thing. So if you guys hear nothing else today, speak loud and clear to say that you value the children that are in that neighborhood.
Thank you for your testimony.
L. Hollis.
Hi, you should be promoted and you are off mute. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record. Just went back on mute.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Leanne Hollis. I live at 2230 East 77 Terrace, and I've been a resident for 15 years in the Walnut Grove Neighborhood Association. I also work with the Marlboro Community Coalition as well. And I just wanted to say that the reason why we don't want the gas station at that location is because we consider it a dangerous intersection. And in 2018, there was like a Windent Law had like a study about the top 100 dangerous intersections in Missouri. And of Jamal's gas station that he currently owns, 3 are listed on that particular list. The one at 63rd and Prospect is the number 3rd in the state for like the highest, well, a high crash rate index. And then I'd also like to say that as far as crime is concerned, we had a community call with Jamal, and he admitted that he has to hire security for his other locations that are around the area. So we don't feel like that having another gas station that he's going to have to hire security for is a smart move for our community. And then my last point is that I would truly feel like he's a questionable neighborhood partner because we already know and have issues at his other locations. And when we talk to him, he's just very rude when we try to bring up issues that we have. I mean, we have murders in our community, and it's just, I don't feel that he's going to be a good neighborhood partner. So for that, we don't really need another gas station, especially one of his in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Last one is Holly Harris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Holly Harris. I live in Walnut Grove at 2505 East 79th Street. Essentially, I live at 79th and Prospect. And I want to underscore that I agree with everything that the Marlboro leadership has said. We are Walnut Grove, we are lockstep with Marlboro. And I understand that this building will be very nice and beautiful, but I don't think it's very beautiful when there are balloon releases and candlelight vigils at a location, like at his other locations within our community. I've lived in Marlboro for 40 years, 40 plus years, and in my current location. We do support development, but we believe that development should be purposeful and add value to our community. This will be displacing a daycare and a tailor, and those have needs, address needs within our community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No, that is it.
Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So it sounds like there's, and I'm speaking to the applicant, that there's several concerns about this particular development, not so much the actual building and the unit itself and the use, but also, but this actual use attracts crime and different things in the neighborhoods, and everybody's very concerned about that. Are there some things as part of your development that you might do or to help curb some of that?
Well, I want to open real quickly, and then I'm going to give it to Jay to talk about operations because that's really his subject matter. But when we were on the Zoom calls, we referenced quite a bit the 31st and Brooklyn project because that's a neighborhood store. I mean, it really is. And you know, as far as I know, it's gone very well in that neighborhood, and it has, you know, blessing from the neighborhood association there. But we asked them to check in with them. I don't know if they did. I don't have direct contact with that neighborhood, but Jay does. But that store is 3 years old now, so it has a little bit of a track record as far as operation and issues and how it fits into the neighborhood. So I'm going to let Jay talk about some of his local stores and how he operates his business.
Knowing that, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to rebuttal a couple of things. Jeffrey said that we have robberies on our premises. I would like to tell you this, especially because of the measures we take. I'm not aware of a single robbery inside our store anywhere, whether it's Gregory and Prospect or 80th and Troost or anywhere else, because of the measures we take on premises. For example, every location that we have has at least 36 cameras. They are high definition cameras. Not only we put them inside, there's at least 8 to 10 cameras that are located outside that looks at the property and the surrounding area all the way up to the street. On numerous occasions, we have helped the city police find out who was traveling at that time and so on and so forth. I understand, and most of the people are not interested in how we protect our premises, but I had to bring in the cameras and all that stuff there. Cameras are a big deterrent. When you install them on premises, the bad people, so to speak, refrain from coming to the neighborhood because they know they are being recorded, and our system have at least 8 to 10 terabyte memory, so you can't even delete that for at least 3 months or so. That's how long of a memory those cameras have. There were no homicides that I know of except 80th and Troost, and I'm not even sure if that happened under my reign. I recently bought that about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and that was the reason why the previous owner sold that property, because he could not control it. City had regarded that as a nuisance business up until the time I had bought it. We we don't have just one person working there. We have multiple people that work there, and we have upgraded our camera system. It's going to take time for us to turn that property around. But so I just wanted to bring that up about the robberies and homicides. I also, one of the ladies said that I own a gas station on 63rd and Prospect. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't own that gas station there. It is not mine. I do interact with the neighbors and stuff. Yes, we have a lot of people who has provided testimony that they're against it, and I have told my neighbors that talk to the Key Coalition neighborhood on 31st and Brooklyn. Karen Slaughter is the president there, and we work the project together there. And to this day, the whole neighborhood is very happy because of the measures we take. Most recently, we built that store on 635 and Leavenworth Road, and we are part of the Leavenworth Road Association. Luella Braswell is the president there. I have asked everybody to please feel free to call and see what do I do and how do I interact with the neighbors. Alpha Point, we have brought it over and over again. Alpha Point sits right next to the police station, literally 50 feet away from the entrance of the police station. They don't face us, they face south. Their back wall faces us. I know that they have said that we will bring in bad atmosphere to the area. And they have blind people that work there, I understand that. And they have made a point that their blind people will walk up to this side of the street, and then the people that may be coming over here may try to interact with them and stuff. I'm not sure how that's going to happen because Alpha Point faces south. We are on the north side of the 70th Street. So physically it's possible, but we're too far away from Alpha Point. I stay involved in my properties. I don't abandon them. It isn't true. I am a property owner. I am not the business owner, but I still work with my business owner so that he can improve the quality of the neighborhood. So, these neighbors, we bank on the neighbors to come in and visit our stores. We don't have people coming out from other areas. So it's our job to make sure we make this place a safe place for these people to visit. So we play proactive, and that's why we have security on some of these places, because we are in that part of town. Sometimes it happens. I practice, safety before. We have to react to things like that. That's why we employ security officers on premises during the peak hours or at night, so that we don't have anybody that'll show up in these stores and start trouble. I'm open for any questions.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add one point. To me, it would be an advantage to have the convenience of a convenience store at a traffic hub for people that might need to go to the restroom or need to get something to eat, or I've ridden the bus and I've waited an hour sometimes because I missed my bus schedule and that sort of thing. I would love to have a convenience store at a transit hub, but that's me talking. That's just my opinion, but that's just a point I'd like to add to this.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Crowd, this Forresting. Could I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Did this owner not come before us for a location on Jackson?
We did.
Ma'am.
So why are you not talking about that location?
It's in construction documents. We had bedrock 2 feet, 3 feet under the paving. So we're having shoring redesigned, and then it'll be going into the city for a permit.
So you have no history of the operation of that location?
Well, I recently bought that about 2 years ago. There is a store there right now, and everybody knows it's a really terrible looking store. And we plan to take that store out and upgrade it to our standards.
And are you not also the owner at about 40 something in Paseo?
44th and Paseo, yes.
You haven't said anything about that location?
Man, I own about 17 stores. We weren't talking about 17 other locations. We were
But if you're
addressing
trying to talk
75th and
about,
Prospect.
if you're trying to tell the community how you take care of your business and work with the community, I would think you would speak of your other locations and not just the one at 31st and Brooklyn.
No, we didn't speak.
That's why I asked
Brooklyn,
about
ma'am.
those.
We also spoke about Swope Parkway and Prospect. We also spoke about 38th and Broadway. It's not physically possible to speak to you guys in an hour for every location. I mean, my name is out there.
Yeah, we did discuss those locations in our community meetings, but we haven't mentioned them in this meeting. But there are several locations on the Prospect corridor. We did a major remodel of an old liquor store on 9th and
Prospect.
Now 9th and Prospect, correct. There's the one at Swope Parkway and Prospect. There's we did I mean, these go back 15 to 18 years over the stretch, but we've redone 15. I think this is 16, the 16th store.
So my point is being able to champion how you work with the neighborhood when you have a store. That's why I'm asking, because the neighborhood is here talking about your location, and the only one that you're bringing up is the interactions you had with Key Coalition at 31st and Brooklyn. So we need some more evidence of how you take care of your property and work with the neighborhood, just not the visual aspects of the property. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's all.
Well, Commissioner Beasley, let me build on your question by saying, Mr. Jamal, you just stated you own about 17 stores. I've heard you talk about gas stations and liquor stores over the course of 10 or 12 years. My question to you is, can you highlight any examples where you've used your investment to give back to any one of those neighborhood organizations? Have you partnered with them? Have you contributed to any other aspects that they wanted in terms of beautification? What have you done over those course of those years to add value other than gas stations and liquor stores?
Well, I'm like I said, with Key Coalition to this date, I'm part of their neighborhood, and we participated in a lot of picnics with them. Like I said, I don't want to tell up on myself how good I do and all that stuff, and that's why I invited people to, hey, go ahead and talk to the neighbor association. This way, I'm not telling you about myself. Hear it from the people that I'm working with. And that was the reason we talked, is because that is the most recent what we have done. But otherwise, I mean, I have stores out in Blue Spring. There's a store out in Sugar Creek. There's a store I have on 40 Highway and Blue Ridge Cutoff. So we've got multiple locations, but we specifically wanted to talk about the neighborhood stores within Kansas City, Missouri, which are close by, where people can go and take a look at it. 44th and Pacific is a prime example. When I bought it 20 years ago, it was shut down. Had wrought iron gates on it. It looked like a jail cell. Brian and I, that was our first project. We worked together, and we did a major improvement to that. I don't want to say anything about myself, how I did it. Speak to the neighbors there, what we did. 15 years later, after it was pretty beat up, we went back and gutted the store out again and remodeled the whole thing again. We took that store down to bare walls, put brand new everything in there, and go out there and take a look at it. I mean, I don't want to praise myself, what we do, how good we do. I just want people to see that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jamal, for investing in keeping your property up to date. I just want to highlight that communities are different, right? So what works for one neighborhood might be different. It would also, I would be interesting to see what the crime and aesthetics and looks like across various communities, just to see if there's parity or equity across these gas stations. But I'm done. You've answered my question. I've heard from the neighborhood, and appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no more testimony, I'm going ahead and close all testimony at this time and leave the floor open for just the commission to speak and kind of talk about their thoughts.
Commissioner Crowe, I have a process question, and we can either answer this after we have a discussion about this particular case. But in my short tenure on the commission, there's been a number of gas stations that have come up where at most you have community that's pushing against it. Even when we deny it, they go ahead and go to a committee and get it approved. So my question is, as a commissioner, do we have the right to work with city council to get like an ad hoc committee together to start talking about saturation of gas stations that have spot zoning or not in communities in which we see an overrepresentation of it? I mean, just because we're going to continue to have, and this is not an attack against gas stations or liquor stores, it's just, I just don't think we have used our policy and enforcement ability to the degree that would allow for protection for neighborhood residents when they come time and time again and push back and they live there. They don't have the opportunity to go and live somewhere else. And so I just want to know from Joseph or from you guys, Kobe, you've been on this commission for a number of years. What is something we can do to respond to neighborhoods about this occurrence that seems to come up time and time again?
Well, I think it's a really big issue and a really big question. There's two main issues. One is the building and site design, and we have internally been working on use specific standards for gas stations for a couple of years. However, we paused that once we became aware that Regulated Industries was working on changing the liquor laws with regard to the potential that some liquor licenses would require a special use permit, like this gas station, whether it's liquor sold at a gas station or at a grocery store or at a Walgreens or something like that. I don't know the current status of that amendment that they've been working on. I don't know if Sarah has heard anything from her counterpart that she could share about that, but there was a lot of overlap between what they were trying to do with that and what we were trying to do with use specific standards for gas stations, that we've hit the pause button on that. So I guess I would say that these are very common concerns from neighborhoods for gas stations. And as you have, all the new commissioners have become aware, today alone, we have 3 gas stations on the agenda. There's a lot of these proposals. And staff has all we have to work with right now in terms of standards that we can look at is what's in the code. And there are no use specific standards for gas stations right now.
Do you have anything to add, Sarah?
No, I agree with Joe. There are some ongoing discussions about this issue, and it sounds like perhaps we could add this to the list, for potential work session. But right now, we really do. I think we're getting a little off track, and we really do need to focus on the case, this specific case in front of us. But we certainly could have, a work session on this issue at some point if there's an interest in that.
Yeah, I think to answer your question about a coalition, I mean, our body is a recommending body to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for the special use permit process, and we're looking at it from a standpoint of land use, same as we're a recommending body to the City Council for all other matters. So they don't take our decision or our recommendation lightly. They do review that, and we allow, staff does the presentation on our behalf. And so it's not the best thing for us to, to try to not only sit on the planning commission, but then to go and petition the actual city council member, as a solo person or anything like that. We're trying to come together as a planning commission with our decision and come together collectively to make our recommendation to the council people. So that's kind of what we have and what we're up against.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was really what I was trying to tease out. at what point do I need to take off my commissioner hat and send an email to council members? And at what point do I put on, I live in the 5th district, and this is a concern that I see when I reach out to council members. So I hear you guys saying we speak as one body. So if I send an email to council, I need to speak as Cokeithia Hill individual resident of the 5th district, is what I hear you saying.
Yes, that's true. But at the same time, we just have to kind of be careful at what are those issues, because you are a commissioner on the city planning commission. I would prefer that those kind of come through me, and I can help put it all together to be that one voice for all of the commission as a whole. And I know that this is a topic, of this very thing, because Commissioner Beasley brought it up at our last meeting. It's one item that we're probably going to discuss in future meetings, whether it be the first or second meeting in January, maybe it'll be in February. I'm not certain, but we'll certainly talk about this very thing at that point in time. So getting back to the case at hand here, any comments or anything about this particular case as we go through this process and hopefully come through a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to make a comment. I think I want to take this back to the case. I, heard the public testimony. I'm also looking at Alpha Point, who is a big employer of the community there, and they're against the development. I think the building and the facade looks like it's an improvement, but I'm still struggling with the amount of gas stations and so forth, what the real benefit of this project would be to the community. So for me, this will be a no on this project.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, if not, then I will entertain a motion for this case.
Commissioner Crowell, this is docket item 5, correct?
That's correct.
I move to deny docket item number 5.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the commission? Okay, Lisa, will you take roll call, please, for denial of docket item number 5?
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Is Commissioner Baker back?
No.
No? Okay. Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
No.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas? You're muted, Commissioner Rojas. Aye. Okay, gotcha.
So the recommendation to move forward with the special use permit has been denied, 5 votes to 1. So thank you for coming in today, and let's move on to the next case, please. By the way, before we get started, we've got 4 cases left to go today. I'm going to assume that let's just go ahead and charge through and maybe take a break, hear the next case, because it may be a little bit longer than the, let's just take the next case and then see after that if we need to take a break or not.
Commissioner Crowell,
Yes.
I would ask that if we, after this next case, can we move up? Is 8 next? Yes, because I need to introduce that, but I need to leave at like 2 o'clock so I can pick up my son from school. So I think we have enough time. I just wanted to raise it on your radar that I'll have to jump off at 2 for school pickup.
Mr. Chair, I also need to leave probably about 1 o'clock for a meeting as well.
Okay, will you be back after the 1 o'clock or after your meeting, or you're going to be gone the rest of the day?
That'll go for about an hour, I think. Might be less, but yeah, I can be back after that.
Joe, because of this, I think I'm gonna have to take something out of turn on the docket. If we can move docket item number 8 up to get to hear that now, because there is a quorum on that particular case.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Commissioner Allender is a part of, as well as Commissioner Hill.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read it then. Docket item 8, case number CPC 2020-00138. A request to approve a rezoning from District R-7.5 and R-2.5 to District MPD, and approval of a development plan to allow for a mixture of uses, which includes residential, office, conference facilities, and the preservation and protection of natural resource areas on about 24 acres located at the northeast corner of Northwest 72nd and Northwest Walcomas Avenue. Olafek Baji is the staff planner, and as mentioned, there's a required quorum that includes Allender, Baker, Beasley, Enders, Hill, and Rojas.
So Commissioner Hill, you will be taking this over.
Thank you. Do we have any additional commentary or presentation by Olafu?
It's up to you. If you want me to go through my presentation real quick, or you just want me to go ahead and just tell you what we've done since the last meeting.
Are you all still familiar, or what's the pleasure of the commission?
Tell us what he's done since the last meeting.
Okay.
All right.
You.
Again, you guys know where the site is and what the request is. The request is for a rezoning, 24 acres from R-2.5 to R-7.5. And the proposal, again, like Joe said, is to allow for residential use, cottages, office, conference facility. And this is the location. And the last staff recommendation is approval subject to condition. And since that time, the applicant submitted a revised plan that shows the proposed improvement to Northwest 72nd Street. The plan was reviewed by LDD. We also had a site visit, and then we met with the city engineer and the applicant. And I have revised conditions. So the condition that's in your staff report has been updated by Land Development Division. So I do have 23 conditions. The last recommendation was 22. So the conditions all remain the same, 4 through 9. And then this is the additional condition that was updated by Land Development Division. And the condition states, prior to City Council hearing, the developer shall coordinate with Public Works Department regarding traffic study. I have talked to the applicant, and he wants us to add our traffic memorandum. We can take this off or take it. So he wants the condition to read, prior to City Council hearing, the developer shall coordinate with Public Works Department regarding a traffic study or traffic memorandum for the improvements in each proposed phase of the development plan. Construction of Northwest 72nd Street shall be coordinated to match the requirement of the phasing shown by the traffic study. Contact Land Development prior to submitting a final plat to confirm what public improvement are required due to the traffic study. So that's the change that was, or the condition that resulted from the plan that was submitted, and then the review done to that plan. And then it goes on to show the remaining of the conditions, which goes up to 19 for land development. And then the remaining of the condition goes to 23. The applicant does have a presentation, which I'll try to pull up for him to go ahead and present to you too. That ends my presentation. If you guys have any question for me.
Commissioner Allender, what's the difference between a traffic study and a traffic memorandum?
Yeah, this is Jeff Brown, Public Works. Generally, the traffic study would get more into the actual routing of the vehicles. So the software involved would be, for example, Synchro, which will see the turning movements and things like that. Typically with the traffic memo. It's just more looking at the trip generation. So, okay, what trips are looking at it? So it'll do a piece of a traffic study, but not the entirety of the study. I'm not sure if that helps you with that or not.
No, that's great. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Enders. I have a question also. 1A, I thought that multiple of the commissioners were in favor of keeping it. Can you talk about why that was removed?
The 1A was removed because in the long run, if this never happens, we still have those stop street to connect, and eventually the connectivity that's requested in the code can be achieved if this land gets further subdivided. Let me be clear. Which 1A do you read? The current 1A or the prior 1A? I did remove a 1A at the last meeting.
Yeah, the cleaning the sub streets.
Excuse me, let me go to my conditions. So 1A, there we go. Yeah, I did remove the cleaning of the stop street. So 1A currently says vacate all paper streets. So it's just the vacation that's 1A. So we did remove the prior 1A.
Uncle Fu, if I'm remembering correctly, I think there were the attorney, and maybe Greg will talk about this, there were a list of concerns or complaints that they had with some of the conditions, and they were going to present you all as staff with a list of those. Was that something that occurred, or could you speak to if you all have had a discussion about the current conditions?
And that's what we said. The 1A that was in the last condition has been removed. I had 1A through H, now it's 1A through G. So I did remove the cleanup, as Commissioner Enders say. I don't know, can you see my screen right now?
No. And was that the only condition? So there's just
that was my only correction, and then we added the condition that I just read to you. So
Olufu, this is Sarah. We can't see your screen, but the staff report shows just A as, it's you've marked it out, and then it just keeps the B through H numbering. And then I did want to clarify what you were reading. Is that in the staff report, or is that something that did not get the staff report?
No, that is in the updated staff report. So
okay, I guess.
Let me see if I can share it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can share that with you, what I was reading. So this is the added staff condition number 10 that LDD added, and this was what I was trying to share with you. Sorry about that. So this was what I was reading. Prior to the city council hearing, the developer shall coordinate with the public works department.
Scroll down, they still can't see the actual condition.
Can you see it?
No, we're just seeing 1. You need to scroll down so we can see 10.
The PDF's not on the correct page to show the condition that was added.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, went too far. Oh. Okay, thank you.
Zoom in. I had actually blown that up in my PowerPoint. Let me see if I can switch that and share. Can you see the PowerPoint now? Is the PowerPoint visible?
Yes.
Okay, you see number 10?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. That's what I was trying to share. And this was what I was reading actually. So this is the condition that got added. And
Well,
so
which
what I
condition
had in
is
my
it
PowerPoint was these are the new conditions,
Well, which
including number.
condition is it in the staff report, Olafu? Because number 10 in the staff report is not this.
Yes, that's why I said this is the new condition that was updated by Stacy. So this is the added condition that I'm adding. So the prior staff report should have 23 conditions. And I have 22 conditions. I have 23 conditions, and this is number 10 that got added. And that's why I highlighted number 10. So.
So was this in the staff report that we saw that was issued to us last Friday, or is this?
No, this was not in the staff report. So I updated the LDD condition to include this number 10. So this number 10 is added to your existing condition to make it 23. So you have 22 conditions now. With this number 10, it becomes 23.
So Stacy, does this replace one of your existing conditions, or is this a totally new one?
Joe, this is a totally new condition that I added to the case as a result of our meetings with the developer. I had notified Olafu, but it for some reason didn't make it into the staff report that was provided to the commissioners last week.
Okay. So the number 10 in front of this is completely meaningless. It would actually be 23.
That's it, 23, yep.
Okay, I think that's what was throwing me, was that it said number 10 on it.
Are there any questions?
So last, what you have is 22 plus the number 10, which it falls into number 10 in how on grouping, but this is an addition to make it 23. Sorry about that confusion.
My only question is for Stacy. I think when we met about this before and about the road improvements, it seemed like everyone wasn't on the same page. So I just wanted to confirm that the city is comfortable with the conditions for the different phasing of the road improvements as they go along. And that's also okay with the developer.
Commissioner Baker, thank you for the question. We had a meeting with the developer, as Olafu mentioned. We also included the city engineer, David Miller from Public Works, so that he could weigh in on the reduced lane width that we had mentioned to you during our last meeting. He agreed to that and then agreed that that was the best option to move forward with. The developer agreed to it as well. They have concerns about the actual design of that road.
Mm-hmm.
The grades of the road, unfortunately, they are not far enough in the design process yet for us to be able to grant them any waivers to that design specifically. But I said we would evaluate those waivers at the time when construction plans were available for review and approval by my staff. And we will evaluate those waivers and approve them as necessary once we have the information needed. If for some reason those waivers for the design weren't granted, it might require them to reevaluate how the project moves forward and potentially come back to the Planning Commission. At that point, they may request again to completely remove the improvements, but I believe we are in agreement with the developer at this time to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from commissioners? All right, if not, we'll open it up, turn or pivot to the developer or the applicant.
Can you all hear me?
We can hear you now.
My name is Chris Maddox. I'm an attorney with Rouse Fretz White Goss, offices at 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111. I have sitting next to me Greg Olafu with McClure Engineering, address of 1700 Swift,
Suite 100, North Kansas City.
And Joe, if you do see Patrick Patrick Hanley or Melanie Dean listed as someone who's raising their hand, if you could also promote them so that by the time we get to the end of the presentation, if there's anything that they want to add or any questions that they can answer, they can do so. Thank you. And point of order, just real quick, I would also like to mention, and I mentioned this last time, this case has been before the CPC originally on October 20th, then again on November 17th. I believe at the October 20th CPC hearing, our quorum consisted of Commissioners Allender, Baker, Beasley, Enders, Hill, and Sadowski, and that Commissioner Rojas was actually not present on that meeting date unless the city's records are different than what I have in my notes. But I did just want to bring that to Sarah's attention. Thank you for pulling up our presentation. Again, I think everyone is probably familiar with this project by now. We can go to the next slide. I'll breeze through the first couple slides. Again, this was just a quick recap, but again, I think everyone's familiar with this project. Its goal is to create this natural resource area to continue to allow the Hanleys use this as their personal residence in the short term, but with the long-term goal of eventually developing a small conference and retreat center. Next slide, please. This is our proposed phasing for the project. I believe this particular photo might be a little outdated. I believe that our phasing for phase 3 actually now comes down. It's just a straight north-south line now so that that comes down and fronts along Northwest 72nd Street. And that is the primary change only to the phasing. But the order and our proposed plans obviously have not changed significantly since we've sent this proposal in. So again, 5 proposed areas for this project. And we've covered this extensively. I won't spend any more time on it here. Next slide, please. Quick recap. Again, we continue to work with city staff, and I would like to personally thank Olafu, Stacy, and on all the other city staff members for their involvement and participation on our December 3rd call. I would like to echo their sentiments that I felt that it was a very productive call. And I think that as our explanation and everyone's understanding of this project has evolved over time, I think that we have come to a point of agreement, and there's really not much left unless, except for, as Stacy pointed out, there's just a few things that we just don't have full engineer drawings to present to the city so they can fully evaluate and weigh in on our recommended waiver requests. Next slide, please. So you may recall we had 2 classifications or waiver requests. We had requested waivers for the conditions to the north. I would now like to proudly say that all of those issues have been resolved. As Olafu mentioned, there was a revision to the original staff report from the last CPC hearing, and that we now agree to work with and drop our waiver request drop our request for the removal of the other condition 1B. We will work with the neighbors and move forward with trying to get the paper streets vacated. So we no longer have any issues with any of the conditions imposed on the north side of the project. Next slide, please. Where we spent the bulk of our time on our December 3rd call was, again, addressing the issues that we have along Northwest 72nd Street. We have come, I feel, more than halfway to meet the city's request to improve the north half of 72nd Street. That is, we will, at the proper time, agree to improve to residential collector standards the north half of Northwest 72nd Street, including curbs, gutters, streetlights, and sidewalk. But in order to, only make sure that we're doing exactly what the city's asking for, which is, again, the city's asking for half-street improvements. In order for us to do that, we are only maintaining our waiver request as they pertain to vertical grades and to horizontal curve radius. On our December 3rd call, I won't speak out of turn or for the city, but my understanding was that the city was actually in agreement with our waiver request to the horizontal curve radius identified where the number 2 is. The city standards require 300 degrees. I think our drawings show 230 feet. And again, the city seemed open to that at this time. The only remaining open item that we have is whether or not to grant the waiver request on our requested waiver for maximum vertical grades. So that's the only issue that's really before this commission. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a street view of what we're talking about here. This is Northwest 72nd Street near the existing drive entrance just as you come through the roundabout along Nokomis. And then this is looking then east up along Northwest 72nd Street. Next slide, please. So Stacy did articulate a process where there would be an opportunity for the city to review once full engineer drawings are met. I would like to point out, though, that the way that the zoning and entitlement process is laid out in the code, the waiver process requires that the CPC consider recommendations for those waivers, and that ultimately those are going to be approved by City Council in an ordinance approving the rezoning request. So this is the code provision that identifies this commission's authority to grant a waiver request, and it asks you to consider that if a development is of such size or shape or is affected by topographical conditions or devoted to such uses that full compliance with the design and improvement standards is impossible or impractical, that you may recommend a waiver or modification to those standards. My reading of this code section is that I could not have drafted this code section to apply more perfectly to the case that's before you. When we talk about the topographical conditions, we're talking about the vertical grade. When we talk about the uses, we're talking about how this project is not designed to generate an intensive traffic generator. You heard testimony at the last CPC hearing from residents that says no one drives along Northwest 72nd Street. I hope that Olafu has been passing along emails and letters of support from the neighbors. There have been over 24 of them by now, and they all are consistent in stating that there's not enough traffic out there to require full compliance with the development standards. And so all of the neighbors are requesting a waiver from that condition. We maintain our request waiver for that condition as well. Next slide, please. This provision of the code section gives you guys the framework to evaluate our request. There's only 3 criteria that you need to review in order to consider whether or not to recommending our waiver request for the City Council. The first is special conditions or circumstances. As we've talked about, the uses of our property and the grade along Northwest 72nd Street are those special circumstances. Our requested waiver has been narrowed from our original waiver request. Our original waiver request was we didn't want to do anything along Northwest 72nd Street. And so now we have narrowed that request to only request a waiver from the vertical grade and the horizontal curve radius. And so I think that you'll find under condition 2, this is not a greater modification than what is required. Finally, the third criteria, granting the waiver will not be detrimental to the public welfare. And again, we have dozens of emails and letters of support from the neighbors who continually support this project and agree that building Northwest 72nd Street to the full standards is not something that they want. So I believe that concludes. One more slide. I don't know if this is necessary. There was a condition then that Stacy has in her section of the report. I believe it's this is condition number 16 in the staff report that's in this committee's packet. I don't know if it's necessary to make these changes, but what I did was I proposed an adjustment to this condition to make it consistent with the waiver request should this committee decide to approve or recommend for approval, our waiver request. I would also like to point out, I'm seeing here also that part of our request is also a deferment. And this is something that will be spelled out when we do the traffic study that or the traffic memorandum. We will work with Jeff Bryan. That's something that we've agreed to, and we will put some more engineering and more thought into our request to defer the improvements Northwest 72nd Street until such time that we plat lot 3 in our project, which is for phases 4 and 5. Phases 4 and 5 are on the eastern side of our lot. And so when we go in to plat that lot and create a new access drive on the eastern part of our site, that's when our project would actually be drawing more traffic along Northwest 72nd Street. And so from just a pure developer's perspective, the timing of the improvements to Northwest 72nd Street and tying them to that phase 3 just make sense because that's when the traffic volumes will impact Northwest 72nd Street. So again, we agree with all of the staff's recommendations and with their conditions, with the exception of our requested waivers to horizontal curve radius and to vertical grade, and then requesting a deferment to make the improvements Northwest 72nd Street until the plating of Lot 3. That concludes our presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions?
Could Sarah comment on waivers? I know that we've discussed this in the past and we weren't really, I'm still not super clear on kind of what the process is, or if we should just approve as noted, or make a motion to approve as noted, and then let city council deal with the waivers.
Sure, this is Sarah. You know, the code authorizes the commission to make a recommendation to council about the waiver. So, and I was just looking through the conditions. Olafu, is the waiver listed in your staff report, the request?
Sarah, I did not ask that the waiver be included because I believe it is a design waiver under the city design guidelines through APWA under the authority of the Public Works Department, which requires information to evaluate that has not been provided as part of the development plan.
I see. Okay, so it sounds like staff maybe is either saying we don't have enough information or is perhaps recommending no. I don't know, Stacy, if you want to clarify, but
Sarah, at this time, I would say I don't have enough information to make an informed decision on behalf of the city. Changing the vertical grades is an issue that can impact the safety of the road, depending on how much it's modified. So we need to see survey of what the existing conditions are, which has not been done to this point, and evaluate the proposal from the developer showing exactly what they want waived as far as the design guidelines. Until we have that information to evaluate, we as a city do not have a clear picture of the waiver, and it might put us in legal jeopardy in the future, in my opinion.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. So I don't know, it's up to the commission, of course, but it sounds like staff's recommendation would probably be to recommend, to leave it up to council.
That makes sense. I just was wondering, because we had the conversation about the parkland fee with the one on Swope and waiving that, and I know that was maybe a little bit different, but that was kind of confusing at the moment.
Yes.
Hi, this is Joe. I would suggest that I don't think staff, any of us, are in a position to offer a recommendation on those waivers because we haven't had a chance to speak with Mr. Maddox about them. We've tried, but we have not. We were not provided with that information, so we're just not prepared to. We haven't analyzed it or even thought about it.
I think if I could interject, I mean, we have consistently included waiver requests on the relevant sheets of our plans, and we have discussed those with the city. And at the December 3rd meeting, the takeaway that we had was that we don't have full engineered plans yet because engineered plans come later in the process. And so, as Stacy pointed out, there just wasn't enough information for her to weigh in one way or the other whether or not she would support the waiver request. I would point out, though, that what we're requesting a waiver from is 88-405-10G as it relates to grades. And the waiver request process that we outlined in our PowerPoint is 88-405-25, which is waivers and modifications of subdivision design improvement standards. So
and those are those the only two?
The organization of the code and the way I read the code is that the waiver requests should come through the CPC and are ultimately approved by City Council. There is no reference in the code to the committee, the staff-only committee that Stacy references. And if I'm wrong, then I would love for the city to point out where that's found in the code.
So Chris, is it just the grades that you're asking for a waiver on? There's no other waiver request?
It's to the grades and the horizontal curve radius. As we discussed on the December 3rd meeting, and Stacy indicated her agreement at the time that they would agree to the horizontal curve radius in that corner where Northwest 72nd Street turns into, what is it?
North Robinson?
North Robin Hood.
Robin Hood.
So I think Stacy's position is what's important, since that's like her condition.
I would not at this point support the waiver request. I do not believe the city has been provided enough information to make a technically sound judgment on that waiver. I would not support the removal of that language from the condition shown in the staff report.
Okay. I don't know, Commissioner Hill, I'd be cool with moving to, I don't have any more questions for the applicant. I'd be cool to move with public testimony if there's any, and then commission discussion.
Okay, great. If there are no other questions from commissioners, let's go, let's open up public testimony. Joseph, do we have anyone that's raised their hand?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing none, we'll close that portion of public testimony, and now we'll open it up just to commissioners to discuss what's before us.
I'm in favor of the project as with all the different conditions. I don't necessarily support recommending a waiver at this time because I don't feel well informed about all the different information, and given Stacy's apprehension, I think that could be handled a little bit later on and even at council. So I would be in favor of moving this forward and as is stated in the staff report, and yes, that's basically it.
Go ahead, Bruce.
I would support Commissioner Baker's position as well.
Yeah, if I were to try to play or move it a little bit closer to what the applicant's hoping for, I'd be open to it somehow with some sort of qualifier saying within reason. What I think is of note is that because they're asking for a waiver, it's not of something that is, and I understand that we don't have all the information in front of us, but it's a waiver from an existing condition, which is the road that exists currently, as opposed to us a road being built somewhere where we can't even determine if an existing road would be safe, if that makes any sense. So again, the road that's there has been satisfactory for the current use. And so I'm more comfortable with a waiver that gets us closer to that. But otherwise, I am hopeful that it can be teased out and figured out, and so that, again, at the appropriate time, the appropriate waiver is granted. So I'm fine either way in that sense. And I appreciate the applicant taking the time that they have to get this to the point where we all feel comfortable approving this.
Anyone else? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Lisa, will you call for the vote?
Can we make sure that we add the condition number 23?
Oh,
that way I'll just put that number 10 down to 23.
Okay, I'll redo it. I move to approve case number 8 with conditions, with the addition of item number 23 as stated by Olafu.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to approve with conditions, adding condition number 23. Lisa, will you call for the vote?
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
No.
Can we clarify who's on this quorum, please? I think Chris indicated that perhaps the docket was incorrect. It sounds like Commissioner Rojas is perhaps not on this quorum. Is that accurate?
Okay, let me look it up. I'll be right back.
Joseph, quick question. Given that Sandowski is not here, and if Rojas is not able to vote, do we have enough members to vote on this? Are we fine?
Yeah, you're fine. I just before he voted,
Okay.
wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Unless Mr. Rojas, you recall.
Is this a third hearing on this case?
Yes.
Okay, I missed one.
Okay. Okay, so we're good. So we can go ahead.
So
Well,
Lisa.
Lisa went to check.
Yeah.
Lisa went to check, so we'll have to wait for a second.
I can still hear you. Let's see. What I have on here is you're correct that it was Sadowski and not Rojas on that day.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute. Wait. No.
But
Okay,
Lisa,
hold
look
on.
at the first hearing. That's when we
Yeah, let me
established
look
the
at-
quorum.
Let me look at 1020. Okay. It said it was on 1020, which was the second hearing, and it says the same thing that Crowell and Rojas were
As I
absent.
recall, it was incorrect and the applicant corrected it on the previous hearing as well. And to my recollection, he is correct that Rojas was not here for the first and Sadowski was.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
It's
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
It's Commissioner Allender, Baker, Beasley, Enders, Hill, and Sadowski.
Rojas and Crow were absent.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify before the vote.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Lisa, do you mind just starting right back over and calling? It's been moved in second,
Yes.
approval with conditions and adding condition 23. Now will you call for the vote?
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
and Hill.
Aye. Okay, so it's the motion passed with 4 ayes and 1 nay. Good luck as you move forward. It's a good development. We look forward to seeing you guys be successful. And hopefully the
Thank you.
waiver will be addressed with the council.
Thank you.
All right, Crow. Hey, listen now. I want the easy stuff next time. No, thank you.
That was.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to excuse myself.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Okay, so we have 3 cases left, and I think we can plow through them all, but does everybody need a break, like a 10-minute break to go to the restroom, get something to drink, come back, or we're ready to continue on? I'm good to go.
You guys are, I'm good. I'll just, I'll turn off my camera, but I can still hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go ahead, Joe, and go back to docket item number 5 or 6. I'm sorry.
All right, docket 6 is case number SUP 2020-00049, a request to approve a special use permit for a state-approved medical marijuana processing facility on about 0.69 acres located at 1420 Wabash Avenue. Jamie Hickey is the staff planner.
Hi, good afternoon. Let me go ahead and share my screen. That works. Okay. As Joe mentioned, this is a special use permit for a marijuana processing facility located at 1420 Wabash Avenue. They did hold a public meeting. It was held on the 7th of December. The site is just southeast of the downtown loop. It is on a property that is directly adjacent to Interstate 70. More specifically, it is kind of at the intersection of Wabash Avenue and an on-ramp to Interstate 70. To the block south is East Truman Road. A little background on why this case is before you. Marijuana processing is a legal use under Missouri state law. It was adopted by constitutional amendment in November of 2018. The City Council passed ordinance 190430 a year ago in July. And it does allow for marijuana processing facilities to be located in B4 zoning districts with the approval of a special use permit. It would be permitted in manufacturing districts without the special use permit. However, in B4 it does require such. This is the first marijuana processing facility special use permit to come before the City Plan Commission. We've had a couple of other related uses come before you that include development plans and things of that nature, but this is the first special use permit for this use. A couple of points of note, the site does have parking. It is provided on an adjacent site that is owned by MoDOT, and under MoDOT jurisdiction, it is a gravel site, but again, it is not under KCMO jurisdiction. And as I mentioned, this use is allowed by right in manufacturing districts. It requires a special use permit because of the B4 zoning designation. Here is the provided site plan. There is a single story commercial building on the southern end here, and then this is the parking area that again is MoDOT owned. Here are a couple of street view images. These were pulled from Google. They're relatively recent. Again, it's a single story existing brick commercial building. There's a garage entry. There is a fence along the site with a gate, so a somewhat secure site. This is a view from Wabash Avenue, so this would be looking west. And then this is a view from the north, from the I-70 ramp. You can see the parking lot and the building beyond. Staff is recommending approval subject to the 8 conditions listed in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions or allow the applicant to speak on their behalf.
Okay, is there any questions from the commission for city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and introduce the applicant, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm promoting the applicant now.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Khalil. I'm with Idris Design Build. I'm here as the local Kansas City.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Is it just me?
Can't hear either.
You can't hear anybody, or just?
I can hear you. I couldn't hear the applicant.
Oh, okay. No, I don't hear the applicant either. He's going to be promoted from what I understand.
I believe he has. Mr. Khalil, is it possible to move your microphone closer or?
Yeah, he's been promoted and he's not muted. So.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Clear, we're having trouble hearing you.
Joe, I found a second attendee with the same name. I promoted him as well.
Yeah.
And that one's on mute.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I had a technical difficulty there. Okay, so my name is Omar Khalil with Idris Design Build. I'm here as the local Kansas City representative for SLCC. SLCC is basically an acronym for St. Louis Canon Collective. The brand is Bridge City, which is located out of Portland, Oregon. Our founder, David Alporter from Portland, Oregon, is on the line with us, along with Katie Davis, our compliance manager from St. Louis, Missouri, and Brian Levine, our VP of real estate from St. Louis. The facility at 1420 It was one of 5 licenses that were awarded to SLCC from DHS in the state of Missouri. 2 of those state-approved licenses are located here in Kansas City. The other KC license is for a dispensary, which is directly across the street on 1421 Wabash. Like Jay stated, we had a public engagement meeting on Monday, December the 7th. Our management team were the only attendants at the meeting. And we have accepted the conditions for the City Planning Commission. We look forward to progressing to the next phase with the BZA hearing, which is on January the 12th. And we're here to answer any questions about the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, just for clarity, this case that's before us today is for the special use permit to like the manufacturing, right? And then is he saying that they already got approved across the street for the dispensary, or that comes next?
Yes, we were approved. We applied for 12 licenses. We were awarded 5. 3 of those licenses are in the city of St. Louis. 2 of those licenses are in Kansas City. And so we already approved for these 2 licenses that we have here in Kansas City. One is the processing center, which is at 20 Wabash, and the dispensary directly across the street. We're going through building permits for both buildings. And we anticipate that, we should be starting construction sometime around March, and obviously depending on when the city approves our permits.
Okay, I still don't think I have clarity, but that's okay because across the street is not.
I think maybe your question is that if they've received a special use permit for the dispensary across the street, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
It's not required at that location.
Yeah.
Okay. It's allowable by zoning.
Okay.
I'm just kind of curious about the actual operation of this facility. Is there going to be a concern with security or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, the neighborhood historically has had some issues with the homeless in the neighborhood directly, but there has been quite a bit of development in our immediate area. Taco Bell just recently finished construction for their facility to the north. And in that process, they had to remove a lot of homeless members there kind of living on the site. We have hired Titan Security, who actually has 350 security officers that they have within their organization that will be patrolling the neighborhood. The state requires us to have a certain level of security also. All of the cameras will be monitored by the state. There will be several cameras in the facilities and outside of the facilities. And we've also reached out to the Kansas City Police Department. We've met with them on site. And we also have our own security team called Lodestone, who will be monitoring the facilities also.
Okay. Is there a time frame on this special use permit?
I did not propose one, although that you would be welcome to add one at the pleasure of the commission.
Chairman Crowd, when you have a minute, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead with yours because I got to think about that a second.
Well, I was trying to get to the portion of our documents to see what the conditions were that our staff person had done. But my question is, if it's a processing center, what does that really entail? Am I going to see plants growing in this lot, or tell me what you're actually doing here?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it's a solventless product.
I'm sorry, it's a what product?
Solventless product. And so it doesn't pertain any hazardous materials or anything like that. It's basically the way that we manufacture the plant that comes in. It's a frozen material as soon as it's delivered to the site. We won't be growing any plants on the site. All the biomass, which is what it's called, will be delivered to the site from a licensed cultivator out of the state of Missouri. And when it arrives at our site, we have a solventless method that we're going to use. I have David Alport who's our founder on the line, that can speak a little bit more about that.
So simply put, you get the product in and then you package it and prepare it and then bring it over to the dispensary, correct?
Correct. And we are approved to sell the product to any other of the 192 approved dispensaries in the state of Missouri. So it won't just be for the dispensary across the street. We do plan to produce for other dispensaries.
So a question I have is, this is still under like the medical use, right? This is not recreational use.
Right.
So if laws change and it becomes recreational, then does this come back? Will the special use permit come back to us to reevaluate? So that's one question I just have about the special use permit. And then secondly, I know it does the address does not lie within a defined neighborhood organization. But if memory is serving me correct, there are some organizations that serve a homeless population. So I'm just wondering, were there any, outreach to neighboring organizations in that area?
Yes, I've actually met with Brandon Ellington, at District Commissioner at Large, I pronounce that, for the 3rd District. And I've attended a few of his meetings, the No More Excuses Coalition, but also met with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and also the Heartland Black Chamber of Commerce. So we haven't, completely become operational just yet, but we definitely plan to have a lot of impact, a lot of interaction with the community. One of the reasons why we were awarded this license was because it is in this designated zip code. And the state wanted to see some of the more sort of disenfranchised zip codes get more development in an area. So we were actually awarded a license because of the zip code. And so we plan to have quite a bit of interaction with the local community, including hiring some of our staff to work at the facility.
So Commissioner Hill, if I recall, this portion of Truman Road had been acquired into the Wendell Phillips neighborhood.
Oh, okay. Well, per the staff report, it says that it is not a neighborhood. So sorry about that.
That's okay.
I apologize. Based on our records, there was no registered neighborhood group for this parcel. And that is based on that record. That is who the applicant must engage with.
Okay, so I will reach out to that president to confirm what he has or has not done. But I know that was the discussion, that they were going to incorporate that because it was not actually tied to a neighborhood and it abuts his neighborhood. So I'll double check on that. So thank you.
And I think to answer Commissioner Hill's question about the special use permit, and maybe Sarah can help answer that question. I'm not certain what would happen if new laws were passed regarding recreational use. It's something that would be, at this point, I think, just conjecture, but maybe Sarah has a little more information on what might happen there.
No, I agree with you. I mean, right now, the constitutional amendment only authorized the medical marijuana facilities. And so certainly it wouldn't allow, the issuance of this special use permit would only allow medical marijuana use right now. I don't know, if the state decided to legalize recreational use, I just can't predict, would the city enact an ordinance that allowed that by right at this location? I think that's an unknown at this point.
So I have a question, Sarah, or Jamie. How long would this special use permit be valid? If we were to grant it, what's the length on it?
Typically, our special use permits are approved without a time limit. We do occasionally put time limits on some particular cases. I did not include one on this. However, you, as the commission, would be able to set a time limit if you saw that was necessary.
I think that's my concern. would like to see the time limit on this special use permit just be running in parallel with the length of time Mr. Kalo has a permit to actually do this. Should his permit, something happen to that, then the special use permit would also go away with it. That's just a question of mine.
So did they buy the building or are they leasing this building?
At this point, we've purchased the building. We've purchased both 1421 and 1420. It was owned previously by the same owner. We had to purchase both of them.
So I do agree that we would not want it to just stay with the property once sold. We would want whoever comes in to come back to get that permit reestablished, if that's the use that would continue.
Well,
Commissioner Beasley, the best you can do then is put a time limit in, like you've been thinking about doing. You cannot tie it to this owner, though.
I think it's
So
also
it has a
worth
provision
noting
that specifically prohibits us from doing that.
Okay.
That again, this type of facility in a different zoned area, of which there will be many throughout Kansas City, will not have any time limits on it. And I understand that, you know, this applicant could have chosen to purchase a building in a different area, but based upon my very small understanding of the new industry, you know, less than 5% of people were awarded, you know, the opportunity to do this. And so I think that there's been a whole lot of energy that went into the site placement already. And so I kind of feel like it would be unfortunate for them to have to reapply years later when I imagine 90+% of their peers will not be reapplying. And with a new industry like this, something could fall through the cracks and it could end up being a pretty big burden.
I'm totally sympathetic to your comments, Commissioner Enders. I just wonder about the impact to the neighborhood when you switch from if in the future, it switches from a medical to recreational. I think the volume will change. I think the community is already in a high crime community. Certainly appreciate Mr. Khalil wanting to invest. But, you know, we want to just be mindful of the type of investment that is in that area. And so I'm kind of leaning toward Chairman Crowell on maybe thinking about a time permit on the special use permit.
Okay.
So if we did do that and they had to come back, is it the complete process they would have to do again, or is it more along the lines that the regulated industries does? They come in and fill out a form and that's it?
No, they would have to go through the entire reapplication process again.
But we can do 5 years, is that correct? Or, you know, up to 5 years?
Yeah, you can do really any time limit that you want to put on there. If it's 10 years, you can do that.
And I think that since we're full on discussing it, my understanding also is that although I don't think there's a lot of evidence that dispensaries have attracted a lot of crime, I think that most often the concern is that dispensaries, retail facing, public facing dispensaries are what would be of greater concern than the manufacturing facility. I think that the manufacturing facility in most instances, as we can see from these renderings, I mean, this one's tucked behind other in buildings. It's doesn't have windows. It's not really obvious what it is. I don't think that there would be a whole lot of negative repercussions for something like this. I think that often the concern is more with the really public facing dispensaries.
But my issue still is we have quite a few homeless that are in this area. They're not gone, they're still here. So that takes me to what conditions and processes would they have in place for crime and burglaries to get into their facilities. So I'm trying to think holistically about where it's sitting. So yes, it's not on a main thoroughfare. It's between two. It's between I-70 and Truman Road. And word of mouth is going to say what it is, regardless if they have signage or not. People are going to know what's there.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I mean, I personally have taken a lot of interest into this particular topic, and you know, part of the reason why we have designed a dispensary in the manner that we have is based off of the existing neighborhood. We had an easement issue on the east side of the building for the dispensary, and we decided to, because the neighbor didn't give us the easement, we decided to remove a portion of the building so the security team would be able to go circle the building. So that was kind of a big discussion that we had. We've been, conscious of the neighborhood. I've been here my entire life, so I'm very aware of the neighborhood. And we've, like I said, the state is going to require us to have a certain level of security. It's going to be, everything is going to be tracked from seed to sale. And I just want to make sure, like Commissioner Enders said, that this is different from the dispensary. The processing center will be a lot more inconspicuous. It will be across the street. We won't have, the door that's on the east side of the building is only for an emergency exit. The entrance, the main entrance for the building will be on the west side of the building. And so there will be very little interaction back and forth between the two buildings. And we also, like I said, require tightened security. We're going to have 2 security professionals on site at all time. And we have access to the police department, which is not too far from the location.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I'm also a part of the applying company here. I'm the CEO of SLCC. My name's David Alport, and I'm based in Portland, Oregon. So we've put a lot of time and work into this. Like the gentleman was mentioning earlier, I mean, we started this process back in 2018 and have gone through a great deal of preparation, planning, going through this process with the state. I mean, the amount of oversight from a security perspective with the Department of Health and Senior Services is very extensive. We will be using a number of security companies. So the security here at this site is very high. Captain Ron Johnson is our director of security. You may know him, and I believe he might be here with us today as well if we need to ask him some questions. But really, this is a high security facility. It is a low impact business with, creating a lot of jobs and a lot of tax revenue, and an improvement to a site that really wouldn't be used for much otherwise. That garage, I'm not sure anyone would really be excited about locating there. So it's a unique opportunity for the city, and it's a unique opportunity for us. And I'd also like to point out too that, just statistically, like across the country, we have seen that crime rates go down near in and around licensed cannabis facilities, and real estate values go up as much as 8%. So it is a good thing to have there, and I just would like to put that forth so you guys understand that.
For me, I don't think it's the concern about the security, because it sounds like you have that. What it is more is the actual length and the term of the special use permit. Is there a process you have to go through to renew your license from time to time, or is it given forever?
It's not like a reapplying process, but we do, and we're constantly kind of like going through reviews with the state, making sure that we're up to date with everything. I believe I think there's like a 2-year window of time for each license that we have to kind of go back and renew, but it's not as thorough as the first time that we apply, right? I think it's like maybe updating whether or not we have new investors on the cap table, things of that nature.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the case for retail dispensaries, but the license as they were granted stays with the property, not with the business. So for example, the way that the state has decided to control this is that it's actually, that license will stay at the property even if this company decides not to be there. The state has decided that based upon all the resources they've poured into determining where these locations should be, that they want that location to supersede the ownership.
Correct. Yeah, a lot of it centers around the location, and that's because of maintaining a certain distance from schools and things like that. In this location in particular, we were awarded extra points because it's a low income zip code, and so they wanted to help revitalize areas that needed kind of economic support. So that's one of the reasons why we were awarded licenses here.
Yeah, I get that. And I have no doubt that what you guys are presenting and what you're going to do will be a well-run establishment. But if you get somebody like me in there who doesn't know what he's doing, you know, I hate to see that the special use permit, you know, I get to be able to pick it up because I was able to somehow get a license or whatever. And I just want some vetting done before it gets transferred over automatically to somebody else.
Sure. Just to speak to that, I mean, and that's a good concern, but in order for, just so you guys know, in order for someone to have one of these licenses at the state level, they have to go through quite a bit of vetting and a whole process to be approved there. So to have that license from the Department of Health and Senior Services, it takes a great deal of effort and professionalism and all the, you have to check all those boxes in order to get that license. So we definitely go through that process. And I believe anyone who would subsequently be taking over that space, if in the event we sold it sometime in the future, would have to go through that too. So, yeah.
Good, thank you.
So I have a question on expansion. If they wanted to expand this building and take over the gravel lot to expand it, is that something that we would be concerned with?
Well, the property is owned by the Missouri Department of Transportation, and we've already had discussions with them in the past about acquiring the property, and they're not going to allow us to do that in case there is future expansion for I-70. So right now, we're actually having to lease the parking lot. It will allow us to modify the fence in a few of the areas there, but we're not allowed to purchase the property from them. So we're actually kind of boxed in. If we were to be able to expand it all, we would have to purchase the building to the south. That would be the only way we can go.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
Commissioner Crowe, can I just address the question you had about the duration of the license? My name is Katie Davies. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for SLCC. We will have to renew our license with DHSS every 3 years.
Okay. All right, thank you. So if there's no more, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
Mr. Chairman, there's no one raising their hand.
No one? Okay. All right, thank you. Then let's go ahead and close public testimony at this time. Are there any other comments you'd like to say, applicant, before we move into commission discussion?
No, we just appreciate your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, we'll close all the testimony and go ahead and speak amongst the commission. If there is no discussion, I'll take a motion. Just from my standpoint, it seems like, my one concern is, I guess I'm not so worried about security because of the amount of security that's required within the facility as well as around the facility while they have it. But the length of the special use permit, it seems like there ought to be something in place that, the city has an opportunity to have some kind of say, should this facility ever change hands from one person to the next, where these folks seem to be, they know what they're doing and can handle this kind of facility, but you never know what happens the next time around. And so it'd just be nice to have a little bit of say on that, if, from the city standpoint, if possible. But I don't know how to do that. and I don't know what's kosher. I mean, the only way we could do that is by putting a time limit on there. And if it's something that they have to renew their license every 3 years, it sure seems like maybe every 9 years or every 12 years that the special use permit, expires at that time, and then we come back and revisit. If it all is going well, then continue on for another 3-year period. Function, multiple of 3-year period. That's just my thought.
I would be in favor of a limit of maybe a 9-year period of some sort. I would not be in favor of something on a 3 or 5-year period, but I think a longer term review of the property is, I think, appropriate, but I wouldn't, and I know it's going to be a probably very lucrative business moving forward. So I don't think it would be too big of a burden, but to put it a little bit later than what we've normally done with a 3 to 5 year period. That would be my position on that. But I do support the project. I think it's great that it's in a neighborhood that could help use it and revitalize that in a legal manner that's controlled and effective, but also improve the areas around it. Because I would imagine it's not just going to be people from the neighborhood utilizing the facility, but people will be traveling into the neighborhood as well, which will be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion.
So do we want to put a time limit? Is that the?
That's my preference, frankly. I mean, but I'm just one commissioner.
Commissioner Baker, I agree that if you put it at 9 years, that's probably a really healthy, safe balance of risk reward in terms of it's not going to be overly costly. I think at that point, though, then we just have to determine if it renews on a 9-year, if it should then, or I guess it doesn't even matter. We just set it once, right? We would just set it for 9 years and leave it.
Yeah, you just set it at 9 years, and then it'll come back before the CPC as well as BZA to relook at it again.
I'm supportive of that.
Otherwise, it'll expire on its own.
Yeah, I overall, I'm appreciative of the due diligence that you all have had to go through to not only just get approved and find a location. There's just so much that I don't know in terms of how, when laws change, and that this a special use permit stays with the property if you all intend to sell, and what that looks like. 10 years is a long time when you are invested in a community. I also don't really understand what, if any, concerns. I mean, it has a high degree of homeless population because that's where those services are, like Uplift and others. City Union Mission used to be not too far up there. So I just haven't heard a lot from that community on what the challenges that this poses to the population of folks who are already there. So, I'll be voting no. If we go with 9 or 10 years, I mean, 7, 5, I feel a little bit more comfortable. But overall, I want you all to know that I appreciate you wanting to have an investment in communities.
I have a question. There seems to be a lot of attention along this area. So what is the traffic in and out of that area, access to and from? It's going to generate traffic.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Mr. Kalo, if you can answer that traffic concern.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it over time, and I'm really thinking over time, since Taco Bell has actually have a one-way exit to the north of us. I was thinking maybe sometime in the future we should probably make Wabash a one-way street going from south to north. That way we limit any traffic kind of coming into their way. And, anyone who's coming out of the manufacturing facility, which really the interest is on the west side of the building, but if they are coming out of that area, there won't be any trapments or anything like that. But And it'll also give us more parking areas. We do have to share parking on the dispensary side with the Truman building. But outside of that, I mean, the traffic is fine. I haven't had any issues personally getting in and out of there. Taco Bell is not open yet, so we're not sure exactly how that's going to play out until that, becomes a little bit more operational. It is, the construction is complete, but it's not operational as of today. So yeah, but outside of that, I mean, most of the traffic coming off of from Brooklyn usually continues on that frontage road up through over to Prospect. So I haven't seen anything. We are doing some photometric analysis and some analysis with the civil engineer and the design team, and we'll share that information as we continue to progress the building permits. But yeah, I haven't seen any major issues with the traffic.
May I respond as well?
Sure.
So for the manufacturing facility itself, really it should not generate any traffic. We'll have parking for the employees there, but you have to have an agent ID to even access that facility. It will not be open for visitors. If there's any traffic being generated, it would be from the dispensary, which is separate from this application, but we have a parking lot there as well.
Okay. What kind of trucks bring in the product?
Box truck? Not anything.
Like a van, like a highly secured van. So yeah, and then there's like a loading bay. So it goes inside the building and the garage door comes down. It's very secure.
And under the state regulations, those vehicles cannot be marked or identified in any way that associates them with medical marijuana or marijuana.
Okay. All right, thank you. That answer your question, Commissioner Rojas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so ready for a motion here.
I move to approve, are we on 6?
All the way up to 6 right now.
All the way, yeah. Case number 6, approval with conditions, but adding a time limit of 9 years to the special use permit.
Okay. All right, I got a motion. I got a motion and a second. Okay. So it looks like we've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Does this go for BZA as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Allender?
He's done for the day.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. I just looked at that. Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
No.
And Rojas?
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 6-1. Thank you for coming in and good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Crowell, I
Yes.
need to head out to pick up my son, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Take care.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. You as well. You all as well.
Okay, so it looks
That
like
is right. Okay.
yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're on to docket item 14.
Right, docket item 14 is we have 2 cases that are companion, starting with 14.1, which is case CPC 2020-00161. The request to approve a rezoning from District B2-2 to District R-7.5 to allow a 50-lot single-family subdivision known as Auburndale Manor at the southeast corner of Northeast Cookingham Drive and Northeastern Avenue. Docket item 14.2, case CPC 2020-00152. A request to approve a development plan for the same. Chris Huey is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, Commission. As Joe stated, this is Christopher Huey, staff planner, city planning development. We have 2 companion cases for rezoning from B2-2 to R7.5 and a development plan. This is for a single family subdivision. The applicant has completed their public engagement requirements on November 23rd. This site is located on Northeast Cookingham and Eastern Avenue. It's located in the northeast quadrant of the city. It's comprised of 2 parcels of land that have been undeveloped. So the purpose of this 2 companion applications, again, is for a rezoning development plan for 50 lots. The site is a little over 16 acres in size. And as we'll be seeing here in just a minute, generally kind of a loop system of roadway circulation throughout the site. Traditionally, single-family subdivisions are reviewed as part of a preliminary plat process. However, the applicant seeking some deviations and waivers to the required common area landscape area tract buffer along the major thoroughfare. We'll go into analysis on that here shortly. So that is the dedicated process in order to, seek these deviations from the code. Analyzing the zoning, staff has compared to existing surrounding property. One kind of key element to bring up is the rezoning does not directly match the recommended land use of the Shoal Creek area plan. However, it is a less intense use and fairly compatible with what's existing and proposed in the surrounding area. So staff determined a area plan amendment was not required. One other key element is that this particular use, single family residential, is allowed in the B2-2 zoning district. However, the entitlements and review process would get a little confusing in that the zoning would not really provide accurate setback recommendations for the use. So since they're going through a development plan process, they're going through a rezoning process as well as to kind of help clean up this zoning discrepancy. Here is the proposed site layout. Again, Northeast Cookingham is kind of the northeast boundary of the site, northeastern along the western property, and then the Arbondale patio homes to the south. Here is the proposed utility layout. Again, pretty simple circular system. And here's the revised landscaping plan. As you can see along Cookingham, which is also in 291 highway, the city's code mandates a 30-foot common area tract of land separation between a major thoroughfare like this and single-family residential properties. The applicant is proposing a 15-foot wide setback due to site constraints, but showing increased landscape vegetation along that boundary to help mitigate that reduced setback. The applicant, for parkland dedication, the applicant is proposing a small common area tract for a dog park. That does incorporate a portion of their parkland dedication requirements. There will still be a portion of parkland dedication fee in lieu of due at the time of the plat recording, or they can increase their private space to help meet these requirements. So again, here's the code section relating to the common area tract landscaping buffer no build zone. This is previous to the 2011 code. The properties were required to have a 50-foot easement separation. However, that was usually not maintained or properly retained any of the landscaping by the future homeowners. So with adoption of the code, that was reduced to a 30-foot buffer, but that had to be maintained in a common area tract by the HOA. Staff is generally supportive of this reduced area given the increased landscaping of the site. We do recognize that the site is kind of landlocked, for lack of a better term, by two major roadways and an existing subdivision to the south. While this is approximately half the normal width of the buffer area, they are increasing the landscape densities and adding a small berm to help kind of protect the homeowners from the heavily trafficked Cookingham M291 highway. So we were initially a little concerned with this waiver, but with the increased density in the landscaping material and berm feature, I think staff is a little more agreeable to this waiver request and understands its concerns. So with that, I will conclude my presentation saying staff does recommend approval of the rezoning without conditions and the approval with conditions for the development plan. That will conclude my presentation and turn it over to the applicant.
Chris, can you remind me with that waiver, where does the back side of the houses line up with the subdivision to the south?
So let me cast my screen here a little bit. This may help kind of show what you're inquiring about.
Chris, this is Commissioner Andrews with a related question. It looks like the development to the south also has a smaller buffer. Is it similar to what's
So
being requested?
To kind of both your questions, the patio homes to the south, essentially the home owners own just the footprint, maybe like a foot outside of the actual footprint of their home. So this is all common area here, but it's more of a maintenance provided community. The subdivision over here does have a little bit, I would say, larger or longer lots. But I believe that's during the time when these subdivisions had a more of a 50-foot easement imposed upon them versus a common area tract.
Okay, so the backside of the proposed homes, they would kind of match up with the backside of the houses that are already existing?
Relatively speaking, these along the patio homes would be probably a little bit more forward or southerly than the proposed homes, given kind of the design of the subdivision because it's a patio maintenance provided community. Further to the east or south, they'd be similar configuration, perhaps a little bit longer, but they do not have the common area tract along Cookingham.
Okay. All right, any other questions from commissioners to the city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for the applicant.
Chairman
Welcome
Crowell.
again.
Thank you. A few hours later.
Yeah.
The good news is I don't have a PowerPoint on this one, and this is a fairly simple case. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully we can answer any questions you might have. Patricia Jensen with Ross Fretz here on behalf of Star Development. Robert De La Fuente is on, as well as Matt Kist, who is the engineer planner on the project. As Chris has highlighted, this is actually downzoning the property from B22 to R7.5 and approving just 50 lots. This is a difficult triangular area, and that's the reason for the deviation request and the reason we have increased the buffer. If you look at the surrounding homes, there is no buffer there. So we feel like going to 15 feet with a heavily landscape buffer area is a good compromise. We held our neighborhood meeting via Zoom, and the neighborhood was supportive and glad to hear that residential was going in there rather than commercial. So with that, we would request that you approve this case, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report for the development plan.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant? All right, seeing none. Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
Okay. No one is raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's close public testimony. Any final comments, applicant, before we go into commission discussion?
No, we're just available for questions.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's just talk amongst the commissioners. If there's no discussion needed, then I'll entertain a motion. All right.
I guess it seems pretty cut and dry to me. I'll motion to approve 14.1, 14.2, both approval with conditions.
Second.
Okay. All right, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of 14.1 and 2 with the conditions stated in the staff report. If there's no further discussion, Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Baker?
Commissioner Allender is here as well on this case. He made it back in time to be on for this one.
Yeah, about halfway through.
You are. Yep, I see it. Okay, Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 6-0 for the project. Thanks for coming in and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. So looks like we've got one left. Doc item number 16.
That's right. Docket item 16, case CPC 2020-00095. A request to approve a preliminary plat for a 5-lot subdivision known as Forest Reserve on about 4.5 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of East Forest Avenue and East 101st Street. Christopher Huey, staff planner.
Sorry, I was muted there. Once again, Christopher Huey, staff planner, city planning development. Before us, we have the last case today. For Forest Reserve, it's a single family subdivision of 3 lots. I know on the agenda it says 5. That was the original proposal, but it's been modified by the applicant team to reduce it down to 3 lots. This is located at 10030 Tracy Avenue, and the property is currently zoned R-1.5, which is our general single family zoning district. The applicant did host 2 public engagement meetings, one on June 20th and July 18th. I believe there were some technical issues on the first one, so they did agree to hold a second one to make sure those communications could go forward. Here's the location of the site. It's fairly centrally located to the city with a little more southerly direction north of 435 Highway. Here is the site in question. It's an undeveloped parcel of land, the northwest corner of Forest Avenue and East 101st Street, kind of sandwiched in between 2 existing subdivisions, and according to city records, has never been built upon. So to say kind of my introduction, this is a 3-lot single family subdivision. It infills a section of land that has never been built upon. There was a previously approved case to construct a more standard single family subdivision of 14 lots. That was approved but never constructed and is now deemed expired by the city. Given the constraints of the site, the applicant has requested certain deviations to the subdivision design requirements from the Zoning Development Code. Those were sent to the Transportation Development Committee, which heard this application yesterday afternoon. So I'll present a few updates that came from that committee and present for the commission's consideration here. I do want to know that, or want to present that in hindsight, we realized that the scans of the public engagement documents were a little bit poor quality. I'm working with the applicant to try to get the red text removed from these, but they have provided more quality scans to kind of verify their public engagement meeting those requirements. I'm just going to cycle through those just real quickly so everyone has kind of a chance to kind of witness them. And that's the last slide. So here's the proposed subdivision, the kind of trapezoidal shape, kind of located here in the darker boundary. And then here's a more zoom in or close up of the site itself. Northeast 101st Terrace and Forest Avenue terminate right here about where my cursor's at. The applicant's proposing to construct a small extension of public roadway to provide access for 3 separate driveways for each individual lot. For parkland dedication here, the site is proposing no private open space or public parkland dedication. So there will be an applicable fee due at the time of platting. Since this is 3 lots, it's a little over $3,000. Getting into the various kind of 3 waiver and deviation requests from for this particular application, city code basically stipulates that there is a 50-foot frontage for most residential lots in the city. Lot 1 of this particular subdivision only proposes a 45-foot width onto the new stub street. Staff is okay with that, and we see a 5-foot deviation or 10% is a kind of a reasonable request given the site constraints and the notable topography changes on the site. Request number 2 was for the turnaround feature required at the end of any terminated street that doesn't connect into a neighboring subdivision or future plat. The city's code stipulates a full cul-de-sac be constructed for proper turnaround features and circulation. The applicant's proposing or had proposed a more of a hammerhead or stub extension. The fire department is okay with this concept. They believe they have appropriate amount of area to turn around any necessary emergency vehicles. This request was taken to the Transportation Development Committee yesterday. They generally supported the request of not constructing a full cul-de-sac. However, they do want to see a half cul-de-sac or eyebrow constructed. This red line drawn on the plans is a very rough representation that the applicant will need to revise their plans to show to kind of articulate the northern pavement line, kind of more, having more arc circular pattern and providing a turnaround option that most vehicles could use. We've circulated this to the fire department to make sure they are still okay with that. So this could potentially change based on the fire department's recommendations, but based on the fact that they were okay with the more stub feature, we believe that they would probably be okay with this eyebrow or half cul-de-sac design concept. The last waiver requested by the applicant, it also went to the Transportation Development Committee. So for any roadway improvements and subdivisions constructed in the city, it's the expectation that where sidewalks are not currently existing, that the applicant construct necessary half-street sidewalks. So this would require a sidewalk approximately in that red box area for where in between the driveways where a sidewalk would be required. This obviously would have changed with the half eyebrow construction method. The committee saw that since due to the site's location, the topography, and there's not really a true network of sidewalks in the area, they believe that waiving the sidewalk construction on this kind of northern portion was reasonable and did recommend it be waived. So with that, staff does still recommend approval with modified conditions. We've added a new condition 1.c, which basically stipulates the applicant needs to revise the plans to show this half cul-de-sac or eyebrow feature prior to proceeding to the city council for final review and adoption. And then 4 and 5 basically cite the deviation to the full cul-de-sac build out and a waiver to the sidewalk construction. I do want to point out condition number 3 in the staff letter does grant a waiver to the lot frontage requirements for lot 1 of 45 feet. Given the design that changes that are required, this may also change, and we can request that the Neighborhood Planning Development Committee make those changes if the lot dimensions were to change for any of the 3 lots based on the new design concept of the eyebrow or half cul-de-sac. And with that, we conclude my presentation in terms of the applicant and stand for any questions.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Baker.
My only question was the site is pretty rough. Is that why it's gone down to about 3 houses?
Partially, yes. I mean, the topography is quite challenging here. I think that's partially why the 14 lot subdivision, this is conjecture, didn't go forward. Additionally, the original concept showed 5 lots, which would have necessitated a private road, which would have been still built to public standards in the event it ever did revert to public control. I believe that was a bit in either some sort of maintenance agreement established like an HOA. I don't believe that was in the real goal or intent of the applicant, so that concept was removed, hence the reduction down to 3 lots. But I would probably defer to the applicant for additional commentary on that.
Okay, thank you.
And I was just curious, I don't know which it says it's a preliminary plat, but the extent of the public and water and sewer, what are they? What is it? Is it just there at the eyebrow?
Essentially, yes, there'll be a small extension at the intersection of East 101st and Forest Avenue to bring the mains across the street and provide access points for all 3 lots. Then from that point forward onto the individual lots, there'll be private service lines.
Okay.
Just because of the unique nature of this, do you anticipate any unforeseen, whether like substantiated or not, frustration about people thinking that they had a forested area behind their house, and then all of a sudden they now have 2 driveways and homes, and sight lines change? And I mean, I understand that legally this parcel's been owned by someone. I was just wondering if you foresaw any issues.
I've heard some general commentary, but no official letters submitted on that behalf. Here I would also defer to the applicant, but I believe the intent is to retain as many trees as possible, except for those necessary to do the minor road extension and the construct the 3 homes. That was kind of their goal, to provide more of a wooded oasis, so to speak, for the 3 properties.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? So let's go ahead and introduce the applicant. Is the applicant available?
Yes, can you promote Chris Dress and Steve Wolger, please?
Done.
All right, Chris or Steve, you have a presentation?
Yeah, welcome applicants. Do you mind stating your name and address for the record?
Yes, hi, this is Christopher Dress. I currently live at 13040 Catalina Drive in Leawood, Kansas.
Okay.
I, along with my wife and our friend Nedra Barr, own the property.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion you'd like to make about the project itself, or add on to what Christopher has told us?
I think he covered it very well. Just to that last question, there is quite a bit of area that's going to be unused. So there will, it's not like we're going to be on top of anyone. The site's pretty large, and all the perimeter areas, the vegetation's not going to be disturbed. And we had quite a bit of discussion with the neighbors along the last year or so to bring them to ease their minds that, you know, something untoward was going to happen.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right. Let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Is anybody out there left?
Carol Winter Road will be first, and then there's someone named Johnny Slaughterbuck will be second.
Okay. Welcome, Carol.
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Yes.
Mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Carol Winter Road, 9400 Madison. I'm president of Center Planning and Development Council, which is an umbrella group of homes and neighborhood associations in Southwest Kansas City. We have heard the plans and we are in favor of the development. The primary concern that neighborhoods had was possible flooding because this project is elevated above the other single-family homes in the area. However, there is a condition that has been added regarding a storm drainage study, and it said it must meet city requirements, and if not, there has to be mitigation to control any flooding. So we're happy to see that in there, and I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Johnny Slaughterbuck, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is now promoted.
Okay. Hi, Johnny, as you are promoted up and take yourself off of mute, do you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name is Johnny Slaughterbuck. I live at 10,000 Tracy Avenue. And so, yeah, I would fall into that category of people Mr. Enders discussed. But more to the point, the public hearing that occurred on July 18th was pretty contentious. The plans that were uploaded to Compass yesterday are significantly different from the plans that were discussed back in July. For example, the 5-lot plat is now 3-lot plat. There's a newly listed address, 10030 Tracy Avenue, and the plans for extending the street are far more detailed than they were at the time. So I feel like residents in the area would like or appreciate the chance to discuss the revised plat, given that it differs so significantly from the previous one.
Okay.
That's all that I have. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your comments.
Do you think you need to rediscuss it?
Do you have somebody else, Joe?
Mr. Chair, there's no one else.
Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and close our public testimony for this case.
Joe, I hate to interrupt. Mr. Russell or RJ Russell just raised his hand right as you said that.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
So we'll keep it open there. I try to delay as much as possible just in case, but sometimes it's not slow enough.
Mm-hmm.
RJ, as you are promoted up and ready to speak and take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
My address is 9925 Lydia Avenue. I'm just located about a block due east of the site. And I was just curious if any of the people involved in this planning group have actually seen this site. It is marked no trespassing, so I've not taken the opportunity to go down there and walk it. But can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
But I was involved in the earlier meeting. The first attempt in June was failed, apparently because we weren't taken off mute or we weren't allowed into the meeting. So a number of people that had called in ended up giving up and departing from the call. There was a second attempt in July, and that's the one that Johnny was talking about a few minutes ago. I'd mentioned also that his property backs up to a portion of this odd-shaped section of land. I think the neighborhood and a bunch of the people
in the Springhaven development, which is dramatically below and to the west of this site, might like to be heard, but may not have even been made aware of this particular meeting. I found out about it fairly late myself. I understood that there was supposed to be another meeting held with neighborhood people to give them the opportunity to talk with the owners, especially regarding this new layout. I know the original plan was for 3 homes to be built, and if I understood correctly, and 2 to be allowed for future building. The layout has changed dramatically from what we saw back in July, and originally there was a plan to bring a road back into this area, from what I understood, but there was never any indication on the drawings of a roadway. So it wasn't obvious how that was going to work because there's not much space in there. There's a really dramatic fall from the Forest Avenue and 101st Street intersection to the west towards Springhaven, and to the north. It mentions in the staff report that this property falls 60 feet in elevation going across the property. There's and that's going to provide some interesting complications. And I'd like to say personally that I'm not against the idea of doing this project. The owners are going into it with wisdom, and since there have been projects planned in this area in the past that for whatever reason failed, and I'm guessing it may have been the geography. As has been noted here, there's really some substantial issues relative to the shape of this property and the steep slope of this property. I haven't been made aware of any geotechnical work having been done, and I'm wondering if there's any plan going forward to do a geotech report by a licensed engineering firm so that you would know what you're building on top of. I'm kind of concerned about the ability with a significant drop across these houses from front to rear to make sure that they are built properly so that they don't start cracking and breaking in the foundations and such and end up being an abandoned neighborhood, which sometimes happens on these kind of sites from what I've heard in the past. The driveway, the hammerhead, as I understand it, is intended to be right at the extreme, was that southwest part of this site, which is at the north end of Forest Avenue and the extension of 101st Street. From that point, it's, I believe, a couple hundred feet. The drawing I've got is very, very difficult to read. It's showing about a 300-foot driveway that appears to be a relatively narrow drive going back to the third property on this site. And I'm just concerned that if an ambulance were called or something like that, if they would have to turn around in the hammerhead and then back all the way to the house. So just some general concerns that have arisen, and some of the other, a few of the neighbors have indicated questions about this. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I felt like it might be appropriate. So also the people in Linden, there's a number of people in Linden Hills, or not Linden, well, Linden Hills is straight to the extreme north, but Springhaven is the one that's directly downhill from them. And they have they did mention, in fact, on the previous call back in July, that they were having some very serious problems with water runoff from the site. And it was stated that the site has had very little work done, but there's a substantial pile of trees and debris and such that's been pushed by, apparently by bulldozer, up to the forest end of the site, which makes me think that there may have been a bunch of site work done down there, taking out that mature forestation that was supposed to be left according to the staff report. So I think it would make perfect sense to have some people at least go in there and walk that side and take a look at, what they're really up against. And hopefully the owners have seen this and are working, with people that understand this type of construction. So with that, I'll drop off. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So applicant, it sounds like there's just a couple of comments that were brought up from the public. If you don't mind addressing those, that'd be great.
Yeah, this is Steve Warder. I'll jump in on that with a couple of the things. Yes, the site is geographically challenged, and that's why it went from, that's why it's down to the 3 lots. We understand that the houses will have to be very carefully designed. There's a couple of, at least a few of the houses being built by one of the prominent developers in the city that's used to doing this. So we will be watching that carefully. Utilities, yes, it is an extension of existing utilities just on that short street coming off of services off of that. We went from the 5 lots basically to the 3 lots. Part of that, and the effect was when you go to the private street, the water department will require a full flow meter. So you would have to have more of a condominium type thing like that because you can't resell the water. So they decided to go away from that situation. And this was probably the most efficient way to get in on the site to allow for the 3 houses on this larger tract and preserve a lot of the natural facilities or natural vegetation and everything that's around there. So I believe probably these houses will be considerably more expensive than most of the other houses around there, which should not depreciate the value, and they will want to keep vegetation just like anyone else. So with that, I think I handled most of those. Let me know if there's any other questions.
So the big change from the project side is mainly going from five houses down to 3.
And no private drive back to the back.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, any other thoughts from the commission? Anything else you'd like to add, applicant, before we go to just a commission discussion?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll just, we're closing all testimony and talk amongst the commission. If there's no discussion needed, I'll entertain a motion.
I guess I'm in support of this plat. It's actually gotten to be less intensive over time, and so I think there are concerns by the neighbors, but most of those concerns can be worked out, and it's not. And the situation is not getting more intensive in the neighborhood, so I think that's a positive when it comes to all the concerns that they've listed. So if anyone else has comments, I'll do a motion. I move to approve case number 16 with approval with conditions as noted by Christopher in his presentation.
Second.
Yeah, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Sorry, aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-0. We appreciate your time coming in this project and patience as we get through our meeting here.
Thank you.
Yep, good luck. So with that, I think we're done with our docket items.
You are done.
Okay, I did have one thing to kind of come up. I forgot to mention way back when we were going through our consent agenda items, and that's seems to be that there's some issue with tree planting and enforcement that was brought up in a couple of cases in some of the written text and staff report. I know this body may not be able to fix that, but I just want to bring up that awareness. But somehow we ought to get a handle on that in some way. And I don't know what the best way is at this point in time, Joe. So maybe that's just something to think about and discuss at a future meeting.
Okay.
Okay, if there's nothing else, everybody have great holidays, and we'll see you here in January sometime. So thank you. Great job, everybody.
Right. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy
Happy
holidays.
holidays.
Stay safe.